Welcome to the game.
Alright, here we go. You're on?
What is up, guys, and welcome to Bally's Presents Live at the Bike, the world's longest running high-stakes poker series. Bally's Presents Live at the Bike is authentic high-stakes action coming to you from the beautiful Park West Bicycle Hotel and Casino. I'm here with Don Ding, Jeremy Feldman will be your commentators.
Oh, cool. Yo, what's up, guys? I'm really excited to be here. We got a pretty fun lineup tonight. I see Ryan Malky. He's one of my friends that I used to play a lot of poker with way back in the day. And I commentated on him recently. He's a really good player, so excited. Ludo, I see he was on the show last time I commentated. He played really nice. And yeah, definitely looking forward to all these guys. Who are you excited to see in the lineup, Jeremy?
Well, I don't know any of the players personally yet. I imagine someone you know personally watching on this show would be extra fun. But I do, the person I know the most, and probably the most excited to see, is John, just because I've seen him battle so much.
All right, so we got our first hand right here between Rye Guy and Peepee. Rye Guy is an up-and-comer from Canada, I hear. I haven't seen him play yet, but looking forward to it.
Yeah, we have a couple of new faces here. What's that?
Aim yours more on your mouth.
PP Rivers is straight here, but I mean, Rye Guy's got king high, so not expecting anything too interesting. Oh, Rye Guy goes for the steal.
Always get so quiet when the stream starts.
Yeah.
One liner to a
You
straight.
can bet the river and talk.
Yeah, he's got the bottom end, so he just goes with a call. Can be beaten by any queen, so I think a raise would be a little too ambitious. But first pot going over to PP.
But yeah, next time just
Interesting name, by the way.
Wow.
I hope we're
You've already entered a new category,
Yeah.
team player. It's like less than 10% of people.
Could it possibly be Pie Pie?
Watch the show once or twice.
Maybe. I don't know. Hopefully someone in the chat will help us out.
Take a bite.
But either way, yeah, that's a very
It's
interesting
trending
name.
that direction now.
I also like Rye Guy.
Yeah, maybe they rhyme. Rye Guy,
Rye Guy,
Pie Pie.
Rye Guy, a bread fan, possibly.
Second hand, we have Ryan raising it up, John defending with pocket threes, and we got the continuation bet, and just giving up the pocket threes on this flop. Pretty
Went out to Malibu.
standard stuff so far. This is a raise to $100 pre-flop. We're playing
You guys wanna do
$25.50
one round?
with a $50
Yeah.
big blind ante.
She's doing
The big blind ante, for those of you guys who are unfamiliar, it's you know, normal
Like, when
poker, you
you
got your
get
small
into
blind
it,
and your
you
big
try
blind,
and
but now
figure
there's a
out,
little
like-
bit more dead money to incentivize the players to play a little looser than
Really
is
cool
normally
thing to
correct
do.
to, with more dead money.
Yeah, and we're seeing it a lot more often, this dead money ante.
Go 850.
I think it's a great change to poker because I think one of the biggest problems with the game, in my opinion, is just like how often you're supposed to fold pre-flop if you're like trying to play correctly.
Right.
And we see Ryguide mixing it up here with the ace-5 offsuit, going for the 3-bet. That's what I like to see. Taking some non-premium holdings and not afraid to get in there, make some action.
Ludo was the first initial raiser. Peter calling in between pocket eights. Now it's back on Ludo.
2,500. 26? 26.
Oh, excuse me. Peter did not call in between. He put in the cold 4-bet.
Oh, wow.
Good straddle.
Already got some good action. Ludo getting out the way, and the Ryguide saying, hey, you know what?
These
I was
idiots
just
are
messing
gonna raise
around.
and re-raise me.
Wow, Peter taking it down with pocket eights with a cold 4-bet.
Yeah, it is six-handed. And what you'll see is this button and blind dynamic. People start getting out of line. And in this case, pocket eight's in the small blind. He's going to say, you know what? I think you're getting out of line here. I'm just going to put in the cold 4-bet.
So nice.
Amazing there.
Driving through the Malibu hills was
Jonathan Chung in the chat says, let's go. What's up,
once-in-a-lifetime
Jonathan?
Opportunity, really.
I want you can do it again.
Raise to 300.
Yeah, honestly. Well, it feels like you're almost.
Yeah,
in a different
I'm
country.
hoping this
Running
action
around Greece
keeps
once,
up for the
but
keeps
probably
up for the
closest
show.
thing
It's
to driving through,
looking very
Greece
promising
is
for some
that
exciting
area.
pots.
Sick. Laguna Beach.
No, Malibu.
Malibu. Okay.
Yeah. Very surreal.
3 players.
Well, Rye Guy open raises in the cutoff, gets 2 calls, 2-7-9. Rye Guy is ahead right now. PP with middle pair.
500.
Probably going to call at least 1 bet here if Rye bets.
Call, heads up.
Well, 500 and a call. Turn is a 4. Rye Guy still good. You could check this back, go for pot control, or bet again. You can go either way here, I think.
1,200.
Yeah, definitely. I think either option is good. He did go for a small bet on the flop, only 1/3 pot, 3 ways, so definitely still wide ranges for both players.
1,200. Now a tough spot here for PP. He calls. River is an ace, and it's going to go check, check.
$2,800 pot going over to Rye Guy. I like how he played it. He got
Appreciate that.
I would say he got pretty close to max value with his hand with the way the the board ran out.
Yeah, with a river ace, it's much harder to get value from smaller pairs to your 9.
Big blind, please. And straddle.
The ace hits your range so well. Journeyman says, go Rye Guy. And Matthew says, bring back Alex Groening?
Hey Matthew, you gotta tell him to come on the show.
Yeah.
Re-raise. 1,500.
Ryan opening on the button, gets 3 bet by ace king. Quickly lets it go. What is up, Marco Mooney from Switzerland? Asking for a shout out? Well, there you go.
Sandy Joy in the Twitch chat moderating for us. Appreciate it. Sandy Joy has been here every single time I've commentated.
Sandy
What's
Joy.
up, Sandy?
Yeah, what's up, Sandy? Sandy Joy has been around this show for a long time.
Definitely appreciate the help with the chat.
Heads up.
Gut shot for Peter. Top pair for Rye Guy. Not a great gut shot for Peter, as it's not to the nuts, but you're never gonna be too unhappy to hit a straight. Turns into an open ender on the turn, also with a flush draw. Again, the flush draw is not super great, as even if you do hit the flush, you only have a 6, whereas anyone could have any one spade.
Yeah,
But hey, it's definitely gonna be some nice equity against Rye Guy's hand.
Then 5, then 7.
And Peter took the aggressive action on the flop. Let's see if he goes for it
No
again.
sweep, I don't think. You think sweet, maybe?
I think it's possible.
I think it's possible, but I think they're winning
Peter
tomorrow
going for the turn aggression.
for sure. Yeah.
Not very big.
And then
You'd
they-
think this would get called again
Yeah, anything can happen.
by Rye Guy.
Yeah.
So 550 and a call.
They're rested to.
Is Peter setting up
Yeah, I think it's
a
gonna be
river
2-2 actually,
barrel
against
because you
four,
should
and
expect
then-
your
and
turn
then I
bet to
think
get
it's
called
gonna
there
I think they're
quite
gonna go two
often.
straight.
Okay.
Win in Boston.
It is overcard, so a little bit scary for Rye Guy, but maybe he doesn't think Peter has that many queens. And Peter, it looks like he wants to go for it. I mean, he's got 6 high. Can't win if you check.
Boston looks really good at times, so I don't know. Maybe
He's been kind of telling the story the whole time that,
I don't want to bet.
you know, he's got.
I'm not
got a big
confident,
hand.
Yeah,
See if Rye Guy
I
believes
don't know, I
him.
guess I have a little
1500.
more faith in Boston. Like, I think they could somehow win.
Surprise.
And now Rye Guy's thinking, well, what exactly are you representing here?
So many good teams.
You
Like, they've
bet
had a way
flop,
tougher
turn, and
road.
river.
Swept,
Are you
kicked,
representing
and
spades, or are you just
then they beat
representing
defending
a rivered
champions
queen?
with Young. Well, they didn't have Middleton, but they still beat them. And then they beat the number 1.
And yeah, Rye Guy, kind of curious, makes the call, and he's going to be shown that his 10 is good.
I like it.
Miami
Didn't work out for Peter, but I like
That's
he's
what I'm
willing to
saying,
put
yeah,
in the
they beat number
aggression
1 seed on the road,
with
you
just
know.
6 high.
3
3 streets
Yeah.
It shows that
of aggression. $6,000 pot going for Rye Guy. But yeah, very exciting. These guys are definitely not here to just sit around and make hands.
Yeah.
Shooting from everywhere.
Just
Yeah.
started, so.
Well, Peter is definitely not. Peter came to play.
True.
Next year should be good too. Like Kawhi Leonard will be back.
Yeah.
Hopefully the
Lakers
Lakers
still
can
not
get
good.
rid of Westbrook somehow.
I heard his thing. I heard his thing.
Yeah, they can't get rid of his contract. I think.
Johnny Vibes in the chat. What's up, Johnny? Johnny says,
If they're
Sandy's
staying with
awesome.
him,
Met
then
her
they're done.
once.
They,
Yeah.
can't, they can't do anything. Yeah.
Lucky you.
It's like,
The contract is too heavy.
yeah. God, they're so dumb, man. Like they had such a good thing going. They won a championship already, and then
Why
they
do you
just-
change something that's working?
Yeah.
Commentators are I'm Don Dean. Asa in the poker community might have known me as AESAH. I'm here with Jeremy Fremlin,
Can you let Kyrie
known
go?
on his social as Garlic
Yeah,
Pepper.
They had all those good players. Like, Caruso,
Young, yeah.
yeah.
Double straddle, two.
How'd you choose your name, Garlic Pepper?
Just something kind of innocuous
800.
and unique. I don't know.
I-
Nothing very special.
I've actually heard like a lot of compliments. They're like, "Oh, I like that name."
Yeah, I do get that a lot. They're like, oh, that's interesting.
Me and Jeremy play some video games together, so see a lot
Mhm.
of people commenting commenting on his name.
Ludo with queens in the small blind, limp to him, makes it 800. 2 calls. Is overpair still good? Not much for anyone else.
I'm expecting just a bet fold here, but let's see if these guys have anything else in mind.
No one can see anything. Do you want me to continue with this hand or just stay? Just hang on.
It's my favorite hand. First two.
All I did was do the flop.
Some fine
Oh,
spades, yeah.
looks like we blacked out for a second there, but now we're back.
Am I playing or do I wait? Go?
It's gonna come back momentarily. Bet 1,000. Yeah, and then fold.
Ludo bets 1,000, and yep,
Or anything?
that's gonna get through.
You good with the flop? Everything's good? Alright.
Fred Payne says, great job, guys. Thanks, Fred.
Remember to remind to like and subscribe, helps us with the algorithm.
If you're enjoying the show, and you want to support the channel for free, you can like and subscribe. Just click the thumbs up button.
Oh, you've seen it before?
We appreciate it a lot over here at Live the Bike. Bally's Presents.
Yeah. A good sign.
Straddle.
Usually it's once a day.
Yeah, once in a while. Queen of diamonds, black.
Yeah, the funny thing about my email
It's a
garlic
crazy
pepper is
experience to
people
expect
use
to
it
see a flop.
as a throwaway
Not only
email.
do you not see it,
So
everything
I'll
is
get random
totally
emails from
raw.
people
My sensations were
claiming that their
totally off.
email's garlic pepper, but it's really mine.
Oh, that's funny.
600.
Big Red in the Twitch chat says, "Is Ace a big fan, man? Appreciate it."
Looks like we have a lot of Rye Guy fans.
Yeah. Jerryman says, "Who is this kid, Rye Guy, playing like a boss?" Yeah, he made a nice call on the river with middle pair. Didn't think too hard about it. Picked off Peter's bluff. See if he can keep up the winnings.
So are we on another round, or is this back to?
You guys want to keep it on?
We could just keep it going if you guys want, yeah.
Yeah, whatever you guys want.
Yeah, unless any objections. Keep it on.
All right,
Looks like they're talking about keeping the straddle going.
Yeah, hopefully not.
So that would make the game 25, 50, 100 with the $50 big blind ante still in.
Raise to 300.
So a pretty big game now.
Oh yeah, definitely. A lot of these guys are looking to play bigger. Just they a lot of them are confident in their own abilities, and they want to bump up the stakes, increase their winnings.
And a call. Heads up.
We'll see who comes out on top. We got a 3-bet with a 10-8 suited and a call from Rye Guy Ace-Jack suited.
And I think this is the third or fourth time we've seen the button raise and get 3-bet.
Two boys, 7 and 4.
This time,
That's why you're done.
they're getting 3-bet light, 10-8 of clubs. And Rye Guy is actually really strong on the button with Ace-Jack of hearts.
Yeah, I have a lot of friends that have 2 kids. and
Ace,
they
King,
all say
4,
that.
Rye Guy way ahead. Let's see if Peter
I'm done.
continues.
done with
Pretty
one.
bad flop for him.
Yeah, I would say
But
more of
as
my
a
friends have
3-better,
two
this
than
flop does
Huge part
favor
of
his
it.
range.
They get to watch each other a little.
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
900 from Peter.
I was an only child in the house.
Yeah, after you 3-bet, you're expected to have that ace and the king more,
there was
including
3 in
hands
my
like
family,
aces,
so
ace
I-
king,
3 is
or
fine, for
kings,
sure.
whereas you
3 is
wouldn't
fine.
expect the other player to
Like,
have those
everyone's
hands.
fighting all the
So
time.
continuation bet's pretty common on this
Especially
flop.
your closing age, right?
Yeah. So my
Unfortunately for
brother's a year
Peter,
older
he
than me,
just
and my
ran
younger
into
brother's 2 years
a
older
really
than me.
strong
We're
hand
all
from
close
Rye
brothers,
Guy,
we're all
ace
boys,
jack,
and we're always fighting.
making trips on the turn.
And it looks like Peter's just going to give up on the ace turn. Oh, goes check, check. Rye Guy setting a little trap here.
Yeah, I like it. A lot of people sometimes ask, hey, why doesn't Rye Guy bet his hand? But if he bets, Peter's just going to fold, and he's not going to win any more money. But with a check, he gives himself a chance to win a little more on the river. If Peter, thinks, hey, I have 10 high, I can't win. But Peter very wisely just gives up and checks it over. Really nice give up. I think a lot of people are a little too aggressive. He was just caught bluffing with 6 high, so he probably has that in mind. It's like, hey, you know what? Maybe I'm not so credible right now.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, he just got caught.
Great give up by Peter.
And Rye Guy is going to bomb the river here. 4,000. Trying to make his hand look bluffy, but when you flat call on the flop and check back the turn, it's kind of hard to have bluffs here on the river. Peter with just 10 high, he's going to let it go.
Rotate.
Say again?
Another pot going over to Rye Guy. He's on fire so far in the show.
Up towards the top of the table a little bit. Other way.
Moshe is Rye Guy #1 shooter. Okay.
This game is perfect for people with phone addiction.
Yeah.
Go for what?
With phone addiction, it's just even if they never played poker, it's like they really want to stop using their phone.
Straddle.
Yeah.
C1.
That's how they should market.
I really like it.
Yeah.
I'm constantly
You're
going.
addicted to your phone? Never
Constantly,
played
yeah.
poker? Come play live at the bike.
Constantly going for my phone. And
I know, right?
That's why I just said it. I know. How much am I out without having a phone?
1200?
Never.
Yeah.
That's why I really like. I started surfing a little bit when I came out here. Not even the surfing that I like,
We
just
had a
the lack of
C3
access
raise for
to.
300.
Cool. No experience
Peter
surfing?
got
You just
C
started?
raise for 1200.
I surfed in like with boats in Muskoka, it's called. It's like a nicer area around Toronto, but just being out there and having no access to technology and just completely clear-headedness is such a unique thing to people
C4
that are a little younger
1000.
because instant gratification with Instagram and
Well, this might be a little bit of
validation of
redemption
everything you
here
want, and then everything
for
you want,
Peter.
Snap
He has
this
king
and
10. The graphics aren't showing right now. He has king 10 and the flop 10
The
10
ability to
X. So
disconnect, you know?
Peter with trips here with king 10.
Sounds amazing. Could use more of that.
Yeah, 1200 call by seat 4. Check. Bet 1000.
John bet the flop and Peter called.
Seat 9. Turn. Check. Bet 2000 from seat 4. And a call from seat 9.
Not sure what John has.
Check on the river.
Yeah, it's hard to follow with the graphics, but it looks like Peter ended up winning the hand, checking the river on showdown, maybe setting a trap with trips.
Yeah, I think Peter bet out on the turn. John called, and then it went check check on the river.
Straddle, seat 2 to 100. Small blind. Thank you. Seat 4 raises to 300. Call, seat 9. And a call from seat 2. Three players. There was a straddle, yes. C2 straddle.
10-9-8 flop. One of the most fun flops. A lot of possible straights out there because a lot of people are going to play those middling cards, you know.
4.
It's 3 cards in a row compared to something like 3, 4, 5. You might not expect people to have those low cards as much. Definitely, definitely a flop some people can make some hands on.
Looks like the graphics are a little delayed on what the action was. But I think this is a raised pot.
2600.
And looking at the hands, oh my gosh, we have some action hands here. Peter, pair and a straight draw. Ludo with top 2 and John with the flopped straight. So this could be absolutely massive here.
Yeah, it looks like Ludo's going for the raise. He does not. He thinks he has the best hand, but he does not have the best hand. We see that John
600.
with the bottom end of the straight goes for the 3-bet. Wow, protecting his equity if he's ahead against potentially like a hand like Ludo's, which could hit a 9 or a 10 to get ahead, or a hand like Peter's, who could hit a queen or a 7 to win the hand. So definitely a lot of cards out there that John just wants to get the money in before it peels off on the turn, or at least he wants to make these guys have to pay to see it.
Yeah, if the graphics are right, Ludo does not have much behind, and John sees an opportunity to possibly get all his money in. He doesn't want a scare card to come off, basically, like a board pairing or a jack or a 7.
10 seconds.
So now it's back onto Ludo with top 2,
Okay.
All in.
and he's going to go with it all
it's
in.
straight.
John snap
All in
calls,
from
Alright.
C2
Once or twice?
and a call.
We go
from
twice.
C4.
and Ludo
Twice.
going to have to get lucky here. Needs a 9 or a 10. Otherwise, this is going to be the first blood of the show so far.
Yes, true. Only 4 outs. They are going to run it twice, I think I heard. So for those guys who are not familiar with that, it's just 2 turns, 2 rivers. Doesn't change the equities. Each board is worth half the pot. In this case, Ludo does not win either one of them, so John will take the whole pot.
Let me count that. Let me count that. Okay. 2, 4,
Wow.
Well, yeah, dang. Well, nice hand there for John. Unfortunate there for Ludo.
6. All right.
Bit of a cooler situation.
$18,000 going over to John.
I can't fold that on the stream. And even though I wanted to.
That's what I was thinking about my hand.
I was
I was
It's
like,
going to be a
I
good
think he
move
has
for the rest of the
a
show.
straight there. I think he has a
At least for
straight
now.
You already,
Queen Jack, Jack 7, like whatever.
you already got it.
We'll see how Ludo behaves too, because we definitely can see a lot of times when someone gets stacked at the start of the show, a lot of players tend to go on a little bit of tilt and play looser, more aggressive than they usually do. I haven't seen Ludo have. I commentated last time. He had a pretty good session, so I haven't seen him from a losing spot yet. So let's see if he holds it together or if he does exhibit some of that famous poker tilt.
Yeah, it's very common, but also totally player dependent. Some players, they're very prone to it. Other players, it's like nothing happened. So, yeah, let's see what happens.
I gotta say, Ludo definitely seems like he's more. I would expect him to be more cool about it,
Yeah, I agree.
based on his demeanor from what I've seen.
Check.
Check. Bet 250. Suit 7.
Well, Ryan opening out of the cutoff, king, queen. Flop's pretty good. King, 6, 6. Makes the continuation bet, and Rye Guy's going to look him up at least once with 4s.
Suit 7 bets 1,000.
This is the battle of the Rye here. Ryan versus Rye Guy.
1,000.
Yeah.
You still want me to announce that?
Ryan continue looking for value with his hand. He's got to be reasonably confident he has the best hand here with the king queen.
C3 call.
And Rye Guy, it looks like, still making the call. Worked out for him earlier, but not working out for him right now. With the ace on the board, it's not a good card for Ryan's king queen, but let's see what he decides to do.
I think if you're Ryan, you don't mind betting this again because it's so unlikely that Rye Guy has an ace here unless he calls you 2 streets with just ace high.
Looks like Ryan does go for the check back. I actually disagree a little bit. I think on these paired boards, I think a decent part of their range for bluff catching you 2 streets is an ace high type hand that could potentially pair up on the river.
Yeah, it looks like Ryan agreed with you with the check back.
100 straddle from suit 4.
But yeah, going for a bet, you'd be looking for value from a hand exactly like Rye Guy had, you know, like a kind of middling pocket pair. I mean, Rye Guy had a pretty low one, but, you know, maybe if someone has like a hand like pocket eights, if they thought you were bluffing on the first 2 streets, they might think you're bluffing again.
Heads up. Say again. Seat 7 raise to 300. Seat 9 call. Seat 7 bet.
Now Ryan with ace-7 flops top pair. Peter, not much here for him. He's going to let it go.
Pooh Daddy in the YouTube chat says, great stream you guys have. Glad to see live at the back regularly. Smash that like.
Seat 9 call.
If you want to support the channel for free, hit the like button.
Yeah, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, be sure to hit the like button and subscribe. Every little
Seat 7
piece
call.
goes a long way. Any little help is much appreciated.
3 players.
Ryan once again flopping top pair. for the third hand in the row.
Two checks.
Turns top 2, but not much of anything from his opponents.
Keep thinking those are 5,000. The old ones are that color.
Yeah, I didn't
You
want
only got
to.
new chips, right? Like,
Yeah, I didn't want to grab these ones because like
Yeah,
they
yeah.
look so similar to the
Yeah.
yellows too.
Yeah.
I saw someone playing yesterday. He had like a stack of yellows and then like 2 1Ks under them.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
I
I
ever
don't like
get
yellows.
felted, there's 2 things I try to keep in mind or do. One is try to go for value more than bluff.
LA,
And 2 is tell myself that people
unique to here.
are more likely to, or less likely to bluff you now that you've got stacked, because usually if you get stacked and the table notices it,
5Ks.
they're expecting you to call more often, so they tend to not bluff you as
The old
often.
school ones, the one you're
Yeah.
talking about.
Yeah, definitely agreed.
You can play blindfold.
Yeah, those are my favorite.
By the way, in that last hand we saw
You
Yeah,
announced
I
the
like how
flop.
they-
Ryan
Look
mixing
comes
it up,
out,
Chips are
yeah,
good
look at the
uh,
point.
as the increments get
checking
bigger
on the
as
flop of the top pair,
Up with the graphics.
which is important to do in poker. You can't just always bet when you have it. Otherwise, when you do check, people are just going to know you're not going to have anything. So,
Seat 7 call. Seat 9 call.
Yeah, it's definitely beneficial to do everything every now and then. You don't want to do the same thing in certain spots all the time.
9 checks. 3 checks.
Gashi says Ace is so awesome in the YouTube chat. Yeah, appreciate it, Gashi.
9 checks. 3 checks.
Ryan with the best hand here. It's gone check through the flop and turn
7 checks.
river 9. It's good to go check through again.
Ryan's won the last 4 hands dealt. Bow Knight asked in the Twitch chat, this is the new Live at the Bike, isn't it? Yeah, we got, I believe, sponsored by Bally's, so Bally's presents Live at the Bike now, and we got a lot of new equipment here in this room. This is only my second time in the new room. It's much nicer than the other one.
Yeah, if you ever have the luxury of checking out what the production is, it's so ramped up than what it was. It's crazy. And it's paid off in my opinion too. Everything just is so nice.
All right, we got Ludo opening and getting 3-bet, holding pocket queens. He's probably feeling pretty happy about that.
So no Vegas at all for you this one.
No, I might go.
You might go.
Definitely
Neil's not gonna
quite a
just
lot
like
of
that.
hands that
No,
he would
I
expect these
would- I
players
would
at the table to
You
3-bet
would
that are
play
worse than pocket queens, such as Peter's ace queen.
Neil's not going to, so I can go and bring.
Peter's
China
probably
to the
thinking
game.
he has a hand,
Sure.
but he
No,
does,
but-
he does
I
not
think he'll
compared to
play.
You
Ludo.
think he will?
I
Let's
think
see.
if
I
he
think
had
he said
run
he's
last year. There's no way.
I think that if anything, it discouraged him.
Seat 9
Yeah.
bets.
But if he doesn't, it's easy. I can
He's right there. Yeah.
stay with him and bring my dog and he can watch.
Yeah.
He loves it because he.
Nathan lives there too, so I'm.
And
staying.
Peter's going to
Oh,
continue
we're
on
good- we're
3-5-8.
Yeah. I was
Ludo's
telling
still
Neil, 'cause Neil,
with the
Neil and I
overpair,
talk
and
now
it's
too, 'cause
good.
Neil plays Ignition, so we always talk about Ignition.
Oh, cool.
But I was saying, yeah, we should all get
said
dinner.
12?
Like
100%.
Yeah.
Ludo
I'll be
with
there, like, yeah,
8,400
the whole
behind
week
is
of
going to
the
ask
event.
himself,
Probably
if I
45
shove here,
minutes.
can I
July
get
4th
called
weekend.
by
I'm
worse?
going out like the 3rd, I think.
Jacks, 10s,
Oh, yeah. I
9s.
think I want to go, even if I don't play.
Could I get
might
called by
do what
those
you
types
hate,
of
though,
hands?
Be there and not play.
Yeah, but it's
Or
like,
should I call
whatever,
and let
yeah,
him
if you wanna just
continue
go
to
hang out.
barrel?
I just think. I mean, dude, you're just like.
Ludo's going to
winning so
raise,
much,
and
like,
this will probably be the end of the hand.
fun, man. Maybe you win $10 million. You know, like that's. Maybe you win $10 million.
Nah,
No?
it's impossible.
Always a chance.
There's always that small.
Always a chance.
How do you know if you don't play?
No chance if you don't play.
Have you played any tournaments? Like even
Not really. Couple.
One thing that's giving Peter pause, though, is he is telling himself, hey, Ludo just got stacked 10, 15 minutes ago.
That
Could
made
that
me
be
play a
influencing
couple
his
more.
decision now? Peter calls ace high. Bet and a raise. Peter calls.
You're like the guy
Turn
that
is a
wins,
10 of
man. Never
diamonds.
plays.
I know.
Just
That's
like
what I'm
randomly
thinking
like fuck it, I'll play and then
Yeah.
wins. You know. Like,
That's the only thing
Wow.
that crosses my mind.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be that guy.
yeah.
Interesting hand so far. I think a lot of times, keep in mind this is a 3-bet pot, so Peter's probably thinking, hey, this guy, Ludo, is not that likely to have an 8, a 5, or a 3. And, you know, if Peter had the best hand pre-flop, there's a pretty high chance he would still have the best hand on this flop. But of course, up here in the booth, we can see he did not have the best hand pre-flop.
And then last December there was one. I didn't cash that one. Okay. I'm 1 for 9.
And now Ludo is all in, and Peter's just gonna let it go.
That's crazy. 10 of them.
I know, but I mean, in the early years, I was literally just like hopeless. Like I would just punt off my stack in the first like few levels.
Good fold on the turn for Peter. A lot of questions that sometimes I get asked is, hey, why are you going to call the flop if you're not going to call the turn? Well, it's because Ludo is going to have more bluffs on the flop that he might give up with on the turn. We saw this earlier in the show. For example, when Peter bluffed with a 10 high and then gave up. But then when Ludo bets again on the turn, after Peter has shown strength by calling the flop, Ludo has a lot less bluffs there. So yeah, so he's willing to let him up once, but after Ludo bets twice, it's a lot more likely he's got a better hand.
Especially when his all-in is not that giant compared to the pot. It was about half-size bet. Is Ludo really putting in his last chips for a half-size bet as a bluff? Probably not.
I haven't looked at any action yet.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. Big Red in the Twitch chat said he also had 2 overs and the ace of hearts, so he does have some equity to call with the ace-queen on the flop there to try to try improve on the turn.
Down for some bomb plots and all that good stuff.
Yeah, collection.
All that fun stuff.
Looks like they're talking about doing a bomb pot.
Restrictions.
Raise to 300.
I hope we see some of those today.
Double board, no bomb pot.
If they're talking about it now, yeah, we'll probably see a few.
Double board, no.
Usually there's chatter about it, and then eventually it happens.
Yeah, because I mean, they don't come that often. Usually most players like them. It just mixes it up a bit, you know.
Yeah.
It also builds big pots, which everyone's thinking, hey, maybe this could be me that wins the next one. We got another 3-bet pot with a king-7 suited, flopping a flush draw and 2 overcards versus Ryguy's overpair. So definitely can see some action on this one. Looking at that stack size, I can see this one being all in potentially.
What's interesting about this is we haven't seen PP play any hands. And now he's coming in for a 3-bet with king-7 of diamonds. And Ryguy kind of giving him the respect by just calling with 10s, but he's got to be a little nervous here because he hasn't seen PP play much of anything. And what timing? Turn queen of diamonds, PP now with a king-high flush.
Yeah, Ryguy also turns a flush draw. It's not good if he hits it, but...
Or maybe it's called 7 mile. I think it's called 7 mile now, yeah.
PP checks. Laying the trap. Ryguy wisely checks behind.
Still best hand for PP. There is a full house out there, but I mean, given the action, he's probably not worried about it at all.
No. Okay, I'm not either, but I'm thinking.
I think he's got the best hand here. See what he chooses to do.
You know? Like,
which ones? All of them?
But it always seems like it's just gonna keep going, you know. So I'm always like, a little more, you know. And then it's like 3x by the time I decide.
2,700.
What could go wrong? Get in there.
You know? Yeah. You have no plans to like get in, really.
I'm pretty much already in.
Yeah, PP checks. He's got to expect Ryguy wants to check back again on the river, so he's not going to let that happen. He's going to lead the river. Not sure how much.
Funny, like I'm not in, but I use it probably more than anyone. Like it's useful for me, you know what I mean? Because I use Ignition. I play on Ignition,
2,700.
but it's always just straight to USD after.
Now an interesting spot here for Ryguy. You're hoping PP has an ace high hand, ace king, ace jack, something like that.
That's a great way to accumulate.
I think this is a really tough spot from Ryguy's perspective. He's got a pretty strong hand.
I never wanted to hold it Yeah, because like I wasn't sure about it, so I just always would just transfer to USD, and sometimes I'd get lucky and win some money, and sometimes I'd
But he's
So I'd
also
always be
thinking
off
like
by a
what
few
you,
hundred,
like what you
or
said. What
sometimes
can
I'd
he
hold just to
beat?
get
Ace
even
King,
dollars.
maybe.
Yeah. No, I don't want to. I don't want to.
I mean, we can see here that PP is 3-betting
And then
a much
it always does
wider
usually
than
lead.
Ragai might think.
Ragai calls and he's shown the bad news, and what a timing from PP here. Just out of the blue, 3-betting King 7 of diamonds makes the flush.
Yeah, nice hand for PP. Graydon asked in the Twitch chat, is the data from the cards sent to the stream API and shown automatically? Yeah, so basically the cards have they have a chip in them, and then they put it over a little square on the table, and that reads what the cards are, and then that'll send it up to us automatically.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be 8 people. 1, 2, 3. So it's, yeah, two.
Somebody came and then he just never showed.
Yeah.
He's sitting over there.
He's gonna ripping it on you too.
I guess he changed his mind. Huh?
Just telling him. Don't think I would have got through that one.
Straddle to 100.
Now those black sheep, sometimes I can't see them.
Yeah.
They blend in. There we go. You bet the black, it needs to go on red.
All right, we have a raise. 500.
Natty Wit says hello. What's up, Natty Wit?
This works, right? You can see.
Yeah.
Around the red.
The red, yeah.
You need some colored contrast.
All right, players, this is a bomb pop turn. You doing one or two? Just one?
Yeah.
And missing one over here. Check, check. 300.
Yeah, with that win, let's see how
Correct.
long it is till PP plays his next hand and what the next hand will be.
Heads up.
Because he kind of ninja'd his way in there with the King 7 of diamonds. Let's see. Well, raised pot here. Peter turning trip 8s. And Ludo with the ace-high diamonds. Ludo checked back the flop, did not continue, or did not bet the flop with his diamonds.
700.
And now Peter gonna bet his 8.
Oh.
Ludo calls, looking for a diamond. And, well, Ludo rivers an ace. Could think his rivered ace is good here. Peter probably is going to bet his 8 here.
1400.
Remember, Peter has been betting quite often without a strong hand here, so when he finally makes his 8, he should be betting.
Call.
Now Ludo's
Oh.
going to think here, could his ace be good? I don't blame him for calling. Peter has been caught many times on the show so far bluffing, so pretty painful call there with the ace. And that this time Peter actually had it.
Gonna add 5K.
Adding 5K, yes. Right guy adding 5K. Thank you.
Fred asks what we think of the automatic shuffling machines. Like them for stream play or no? Well, we can't even use these special RFID cards for shuffle machine just because they're so fragile. They'll just break inside the machine. But I don't think I would have a problem with it. I mean, we just get to see more hands, right?
Raise to 300.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Jeremy there. I mean, I don't really think there's that much of a difference between automatic shuffling or hand shuffling. They're both effectively random. I definitely have run into some players who don't trust the machines, but man, I have played many, 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 many hours of poker, and it does not make a difference.
Raise. 700.
I mean, for some players, if they lose with the shuffle machine, they'll blame the dealer anyway. So what's the difference?
True. Right guy laying down middle pair here with the 3 hearts out there. Good fold. One interesting thing is when PP won the hand with a king 7, that did go to showdown. So even though he did win the hand and had a flush at the end, everyone did see he did 3-bet with a king 7 suited. When you see something like that at the table, what are your thoughts next time that same player makes a 3-bet?
Well, I'll be thinking they won't necessarily have it, but of course, I'm also thinking they folded a lot of other hands, so they probably had even worse hands than those. So I wouldn't put too much weight into it. I'd expect them to 3-bet other good hands as well. And I'd think that they've been dealt garbage up until that point, and they decided, you know what, I'm not getting anything. If I raise now, I'll probably get some respect. You know, I have a high card, it's suited, a blocker, I'll just go with it.
Yeah, I really like that analysis. That's yeah, I really like that. And it's also like they know that everyone saw them have that, so. So I agree. They're probably
C3 straddle. 100.
not going to be too crazy.
Raise to 300.
But I think a lot of times when I play, I see someone say like, "Oh, I saw him 3-bet this hand. That's why I called him next time." But yeah, I think I'm not expecting PP to go too crazy here.
Yeah, usually when someone shows a hand like that, the very next hand they 3-bet will almost always be good.
500.
Very rarely will it be like garbage back to back.
Yeah, based on how much he's been folding, you definitely have those players who are just 3-betting all the time, and then it's pretty likely it's garbage back to back. But he's been pretty patient.
Top pair versus bottom pair here. Goes check on the turn.
I think the turn was a bet call. And was that?
Well, they at least went bet call on the flop or turn.
Yeah, it was one street one way or the other.
Right, gonna check it back again. Gonna take it down with a king.
Ludo, you want your big?
I would consider looking for some value on that river. His kicker isn't that great. There is the trip queens out there, but
Big as well, 'cause we missed the straddle.
I think it's close.
You okay with that?
Actually, give me out one round. Sorry.
No, fix it.
Yeah, I think you could get called by a 5 or a 7 sometimes there.
Straddle. Raise to 300. What's that? $250. Raise to 700.
Peter with a 10 high. Not much of anything. Has some backdoor, like potential straight flush draw, but.
And Peter raised on the flop here. 8-8-3. Ryan bet, and Peter raised in position, and Ryan called with king high. Turn is a spade.
Wow.
Ryan with the only spade. Does Peter want to go for it here? If Peter bets here, his story is I either had spades or I have an 8.
Ryan picking up the king high flush draw now. And hey, he didn't believe Peter on the flop, but he's facing a pretty big bet. Really curious to see what he does here.
Ryan folds, and I think it's a reasonable fold because you have to ask yourself, what is Peter raising with on the flop? He's either, I mean, if he has value, he's raising an 8. If he's bluffing, the only draw there is spades, and that came in on the turn. So now, Ryan only beats an airball bluff, which Peter had.
Wow. Love the aggression from Peter. We saw him bluff off 3 streets earlier with 6 high, and he got called and lost a pretty big pot, but he is not afraid to get back in there with 10 high, no equity at all. 3 spades out there, no spades in his hand, and this time he's rewarded for it.
That's what we like to see.
Oh, shell is good. Gotcha.
Also really like the call from Ryan from on the flop with king high. That's another really ambitious, like he was right, he had the best hand. And we have seen Peter give up before, so you know, he's thinking, hey, maybe if Peter has an ace or a pocket pair, he might not raise with that. So king high, just as good as any other bluff catcher potentially. It's really nice by Ryan Malky to recognize that.
Raise 400. Re-raise 1200.
Once again, this is $25.50 with a $50 dead ante. The ante increases the amount of dead money, encourages players to play a bit looser. The players have also agreed to put on a $100 straddle, so it's playing pretty big. This is live at the bike, the longest running high stakes poker series. Like and subscribe if you're enjoying the show, but we got a pretty big pot coming up here, huh?
Yeah, Ryan 3-bet out of the big line with 2 jacks. Peter flat called. Well, Peter called with king queen of diamonds, and out flops the jacks. I don't think John is in there anymore. Goes 700 and a call. And Ryan might just give up here after getting called on the ace-king board. 1,300 from Peter.
Really interesting. This is like a 1/5 size bet of the pot. Most of them that we've seen have been, you know, a third to the full pot. So very, very small bet.
Yeah, that's more of a protection type. Maybe get some very slim value from a smaller pair type of bet. Peter's not trying to get a better hand to fold, I think.
Oh, definitely,
1,300 on the turn.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense in a spot like that, where it's a 3-bet pot. You're not expecting too many. There was a possible flush draw, but you're not expecting too many draws out there. So a small bet does make a lot of sense in that spot. And we can see the VPIPs of the players. PP, as we talked about earlier, being the least active, 16%. Ryguy and Peter playing the most hands, tied at 56%. Ryan right below them.
Dang, that's what we like to see. 56, 48. That's a game.
Yeah, keep in mind we're 6-handed, so these guys play a little bit more hands than we would at full table. But I mean, 56 is still pretty high. These guys, I mean, you see these guys are getting in there with some less than premium hands, not afraid to 3-bet and get in there.
Every half hour.
John, the big winner, he had that hand against Ludo earlier, and then we saw that hand recently with PP with a king 7 suited. John had the hand against Ludo where he flopped a straight against
a little tight over
Ludo's
here.
top 2 on the 10-9-8 board.
I was gonna ask if I could switch to this one so that we have all.
Yeah, that's probably
Yeah,
the biggest
you go
hand
there,
it
I'll
shows
put
so
my
far.
shoe
Yeah, if I could switch to the 5.
I mean,
Flop
spe-
straight
Like us 2
versus top
versus you
2.
4.
yeah, that's always going to be big
I like our
action.
chances. Have you seen him lose a pot? You guys are drunk.
Oh, okay, cool. Hey,
For those of you guys playing at home, I did call that as an action flop before the cards were turned over, so keep that in mind that you have to be a little bit careful on those, 10-9-8 board. If you have a hand like just top pair, it might be relatively weaker than you might think it is on some other boards.
It's all yours now.
Let me get you another one.
Thanks, brother.
But I mean, 2 pair versus straight, top 2 even versus straight. Not surprising the money went in with that.
Ah.
Holy shit.
John, we're bringing the 4 here for the best hand.
Thanks, man.
Can you speak French? No?
Comme si, comme ça.
Okay. Sweet.
I usually just replay with Je ne comprends pas. We have to learn it at school, but that's one of the ones I didn't do too well in.
Okay.
I said he's going to switch to 5, so he has a little more space.
Should have asked in the beginning. I thought I asked one time a different stream and they said no or whatever.
Okay. Well, usually it's just about spacing.
Right.
Keeping everybody even, but with somebody not there, 1,000. 3 and then 1,000.
John with a raise out of the cutoff, ace-10, gets through.
Thank you.
No problem.
You just sliding into.
Yeah, just slide over, give him a little more space over there.
Yeah, no worries. 250. Heads up.
250 from Peter here on the button. Right guy defending queen 3, flops the best hand. Peter with a gut shot.
400.
Well, it goes bet and a fold. Right guy not going to call with a 3 one time there.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, whatever. It was.
It's still those two.
Okay. Yeah.
I knew which ones they were.
Yeah.
250.
I'll chop it with you if you raise.
Yeah, it's. This is.
I'll give you
God-awful hand.
600 of the raise.
There we-
I was just waiting for us to chop it up out here.
And here we go. This is the second. I think this is like basically the second hand we've seen PP play. 3-betting on the button, king jack off. Better than the last hand we saw him play. 3-betting king 7 of diamonds. Peter's gonna call.
An answer. Is it father versus
And what a flop here. 5, 6, 10. King jack high is still the best hand, but Peter with king high
Makes
diamonds.
me think of all this relationships with my father. Growing up. We never played poker together.
If Peter got aggressive with
I
his
never
draw,
played
the hand would be over, I think. And looks like he does. Instantly check raises, and
Get
PP
your hand
forced
up
to
before you
fold.
try.
You should do commentary.
So nice hand
Yeah.
there for Peter.
Color?
Which game are you doing when you're coming? Is it yellow or?
Yeah, Peter keeping up
the
the aggression,
same-
and it's
same
paying
one,
off
same-
now.
Same one.
Oh,
It
Yeah, I think 2 weeks.
he got
from now.
punched for it
You're
a little
doing- you're
before,
commentating
but
2 weeks from now?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
now it's working out for him.
Excited, very excited.
Having the diamonds as a backup in
Up
case
in
you
my
get
dream
called is really
together.
good. It makes your bluff a little cheaper for
So-
you, but effectively is one way to think about it.
Yeah, dude, sorry.
But yeah, not afraid to even go after PP, who, like we said,
What are the
has a
other
pretty
ones?
tight table image even after
I
that
do
3
like
bet with the
sports
king 7
commentary, so I
suited.
just really wanted to merge my two passions together.
Yeah, so far the two biggest things that stand out
I'm gonna
for
go
the game for me is
21.
one is Peter is probably the most active player and showing the most bluffs, and PP is the tightest player, but also showing he's able to mix it up and get in there.
Re-raise, 5,000, yeah.
Yeah, I
kinda
would
like-
agree with that
it's
for
kinda like-
sure.
Kind of like two sides of the same coin.
Re-raise 5,000.
Straddle
And
make
PP
people
and
go
Peter are
crazy.
both capable of bluffing, but one is playing way more hands than the other. John putting in the 4-bet to 5,000 out of the big line, ace queen. This will probably get through. Rye Guy put in a 3-bet with suited Broadway, king 10 of clubs. Rye Guy just going to let it go, so nice hand there for John.
Yeah, picking up a nice 3,000 without even having to see a flop. You love that when you have ace queen offsuit.
Nice.
Music.
The good thing is you guys get.
Out of all these players, I've probably seen John
tell if that
play the
reaction
most. I'm a
genuine
big
or
fan
not.
of John's game. Pretty solid player, but also capable of getting in there at the right time. Just a, like, you know, very solid, well-balanced player.
Yeah, I think everyone at the table's been playing well. I'd also like to call out Ludo, who did not, in fact, go on monkey till after getting
Yeah.
stacked in the first few minutes of the show. He's been playing even more solid after, I feel like. Or, I mean, I shouldn't say even more, because it's not like he was playing poorly to begin with. He got stacked, but he has definitely not done anything that I would categorize as tilt. So props to him.
Yeah, definitely. He hasn't been getting out of line. That's for sure.
I kind of like the 6-handed game. It's a lot more fun than
Yeah.
8-handed.
I've always liked short-handed. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Especially on
It's
stream.
way faster too.
Yeah, way faster, way more exciting. You don't have to just wait around for
Yeah.
spots.
400 from Ryan out of the small blind. Gets called by the blind. Well, gets called by the big blind and the straddle.
You know who you're
King 10
commentating
3.
When you do this? Or-
I think I'm doing with Eric Hicks.
Oh, really?
Sevens are
Yeah,
still
so-
good.
Yeah, just the two of us. Met him earlier this week, actually.
But Peter
He's
is going to
actually
bet his
great dude.
3
Yeah, really nice.
Like one of the
into the
nicest
field,
guys
and that gets through.
I've met.
Did you
Yeah, it's
guys
hard to
play
continue with
together,
sevens
or-
here.
No,
So
I was
definitely
I stumbled into
definitely do not hate the fold at all, even though he did have the best hand.
on Friday, I think
Peter
it
betting
was,
with bottom
and
pair is kind of
lost to
interesting.
Turkey
It's
and
I kind of like to think of it as a semi bluff, where
and
He won
Jins.
big
if you do
last
get
time.
called by a better hand, you have some equity,
Yeah,
even
he's-
though
he's
you're not really
celebrating with,
expecting to get
Houston, and
called
I
by
just went
worse
up to
hands
him
or
and
fold out better hands, which is usually
and,
the
they were
purpose
both
of a
super
bet.
nice, like insanely nice people. And
Yeah.
it's great conversation.
300.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's one of those spots because
really smart dude.
Yeah.
Chess grandmaster, he said.
the pre-flop raisers
Oh, is he?
checked.
Yeah, that's what he was
I didn't
saying.
know-
First
I
to
didn't know
act.
that,
And if Peter
Good
thinks he's
transferable
given
skills,
up,
I guess.
then he only has to get through one person to take down the pot,
Yeah.
which would be PP. So basically, he's saying, I hope PP didn't hit a king or a 10. If PP missed this
Elon
flop,
Musk
then I
electric scooters, what they're
basically
calling
win with my 3.
Yeah.
Or if I get him to
I knew
fold, I
you
just
had that
win.
company, yeah.
Yeah. And if you're called, you got 2 more outs to
Pretty
trips
cool
and
mix,
3
yeah.
more outs to 2 pair. So 5 outs total to improve.
And look at this. This is the second time that PP has 3-bet Peter, and the third time that we've seen him 3-bet overall. The first time he had King 7 diamonds. Second time he had King Jack. This time 2 aces, and Peter calls him with Ace 3 of diamonds in really bad shape.
Peter flops a gut shot, but not much of anything else. No backdoors. PP, of course, still with the best hand.
PP is going to bet this, and he's going to pray, Peter, please check raise me again, just like you did last time. This time I am not folding.
Yeah, it's worth noting that last time PP got check raised and folded, which tells Peter that's like, hey, last time I 3-bet you, I did not have an overpair. So You know, maybe Peter a little suspicious.
Peter's going for the check call. A 2 would be absolutely brutal. Well, Peter has 2 shots now. 6 or a deuce would give him a straight.
Also, if he thinks PP is 3-betting a little wider, which he might based on what he's seen, he might be thinking his ace high is good, or maybe would be good if he hits an ace as well. Though we know it is not.
Well, PP is going to bomb the turn here. 5,000. That's going to end the hand.
Yes, a really drawy turn out there. 2 possible flush draws. Any 3, 6, any 8. Any one of those cards brings a one-liner to a straight. So makes sense for PP to size up a bit, to not give any draws a river for too cheap. And it's going to be pretty hard to play so many rivers. That's half the deck is going to bring in a flush. And then some more cards will bring a one-liner to a straight.
Now remember, guys, if you like watching authentic, high-stakes action and help our channel grow, like and subscribe. Click the bell to be notified when we go live. Every little bit helps, and we really appreciate it.
It's pretty bad.
Huge hand. Monster.
Players are speculating on what the players had.
In that one.
I think that could be frozen, potentially. Just because there's been no activity. I don't know. It was acting up last time I was here.
No worries.
Limped pot here, 4 ways.
200.
Ludo was open-ended on the flop, makes a queen on the turn. Best hand right now. Raige's going to call open-ended. Ludo also open-ended, and they both make the straight on the river. One-liner to a jack. They both have a jack. Ludo's going to bet his straight 500, and Raige's going to ask himself, is there any value in raising here? It's a limped pot, so it's most likely Ludo does not have ace-jack, which would be the only hand that beats him. So he's going to go for some thin value here, 1,100. And now if you're Ludo, could you do the same thing here? Ask yourself, what are the odds Raige has
6 cards straight.
ace-jack
7 cards straight.
in a limped pot? Pretty low. But he just calls, and they're going to chop it up. How old is... Justin asks, how old is Raige? Oh, I'm not sure. What would be your guess?
The struggle says they are playing too safe. Come on. Well, I don't know if you're watching the same game that I'm watching, but I do not feel like these guys are playing too safe. One interesting thing to know about the previous hand is, if you know your opponent very well and know they would never limp ace-jack, you can actually go for a really big bet and try to fold them off the chop. Kind of risk-free, right? Because if they never have ace-jack, then you're at worst chopping. You can put in your stack, but it's really risky because if they do have ace-jack, then you're gonna get punished really hard.
Right, yeah, you have to know your opponent and kind of feel how the table dynamic has been going. In that case, the way the game has been playing, I would think it'd be almost impossible for either of them to have ace-jack.
Yeah, and like I was saying, you could go for a big bet as kind of like a free roll
Yeah.
bluff, but they might just call you anyway with a jack there, you know.
Yeah.
We got a big pot
Wow.
here. Ryan flopping top pair and open ender and flush draw for Rye Guy. Wow, I could definitely see some fireworks happening here.
And both these players put in a lot of money pre-flop. This could just go in here on the flop. 1,500 from Ryan.
Yeah, this is a 4-bet pot.
The thing is, if you're a Rye guy and you jam here, what are you trying to get to fold? With the king and the queen out there, getting hands, I mean, maybe, possibly, even ace-king is a tall order. Maybe ace-queen to fold. Ryan could show up here with pocket queens, pocket kings, pocket aces, hands like those. Are you ever getting those hands to fold?
He could, it's pretty rare, but he could have a higher flush draw as well.
Oh, yeah, that's true. He could have ace-high hearts.
It's like
Rye guy goes all in.
Yeah, like 13K-ish.
And if you're Ryan, the one hand you're most worried about, I think, is a hand like pocket queens. It is
Yeah.
a 4-bet pot. You don't have any hearts in your hand, so you don't block a flush draw. So could Rye guy be doing this hand with like ace-jack of hearts, ace-10 of hearts, something like that? Maybe even ace-queen of hearts. I think, yeah, I was going to say, I think Ryan's going to call. And here we go. Rye guy, slight favorite here on the flop. Biggest pot of the show so far, and there's the heart on the turn.
Big count.
Wow, $36,000 pot. Rye Guy is basically 50-50 on the flop. Rye Guy only with a jack high, but with so many else to draw. Like Jeremy said, a slight favorite.
What an unbelievable hand. We haven't seen many 4-bet pots on the show. This might be the first one. At most, I think the second one, and we get an all-in flush draw versus top pair. Run it once, and Jack 10 gets there right on the turn.
36,000 going over to Rye Guy.
And I know the chat loves to see it run it once.
Yeah, at 50.
Well, there you go. Maximum pain. 36,000
Yeah.
pot, yeah.
You saw it. Okay, flip it.
Once again, a lot of times the player's emotions, either whether you win or lose a big pot, are very likely to be taken off what they normally are, so we'll see if that affects their play at all. Like, I know Ryan Malky is a pretty long time, or I should say very long time, I think over a decade, solid poker player, so I think he's going to be able to shake this one off.
Yeah, we did the first time.
We did? Oh,
We did not.
we did not. Okay, yeah.
I'm down to freeze though.
No,
think we should.
I was thinking that we.
Yeah, that's like one of those hands
We
where it's
should, I
just
think we
like,
should.
well, I had ace-king, I got it in, I lost.
I think it's all random
what,
anyway.
What can I
It doesn't
do?
even, like,
I don't think.
I got in. I made the right play, you know. I called, I lost.
That's a good call as well, where it's
Yeah.
like, depending on how you lose it, like if you make a really close call,
it's all fair.
where it's like, oh, maybe I should have called, maybe I shouldn't. But this one is pretty straightforward, and he
we'll
did,
do
I mean,
Yeah.
especially after seeing his opponent's hand,
Maybe
then
we
he
could have,
just,
like,
he knows he
multiple
made the right play, right?
We moved it last time.
Sometimes
Yeah.
we play a game with like 4 bomb pots. That
Yeah.
There's definitely some players who are more emotionally affected by making mistakes, and other players who are more emotionally affected by losing a lot of money.
I definitely am. There's some games where I'm winning, and I realize if I was playing better, I should be winning a lot more because I'm running so good, and that will make me upset even though I'm up. And then there's other cases where I'm down, but I realize, oh, I'm getting so unlucky I should be down way, way more, and I won't feel so bad.
Nice. Yeah, I think I'm the opposite. I think I'm more emotionally affected by the results. Like, even if I know if I made the right play, I'm just like, oh man.
Yeah. For me, I think getting bluffed on the river is what sets me off the most.
Oh man. Yeah, because you know it's like, oh, I could have made that call. Even if it's like in theory you made the right play, it's like when you're playing at the table, you have so many factors, and you're always thinking, you know, like I could have done it.
Well, it's like it's because specifically on the river, your equity is like either 0 or 100, so your mistakes are like magnified huge. Like if you make a mistake pre-flop, well, your equity was probably not massively favored or unfavored, and also the pot was not very big. On the river, you had 100% equity, and the pot was probably massive, and folding is just like a train wreck compared to like other spots.
Definitely agree with you there. Right guy raising up, flopping bottom pair here. Checks it over to Ryan. Checks it back and hits second pair, so Ryan turning the best hand. There is still the king out there, so neither player has like, it's not like he turned anything too crazy, but after Right Guy checks twice, even with the king out there, Ryan has to be pretty confident that his queen is good.
My favorite hand.
Wow, Right Guy just gives it up.
Yeah.
Checks twice with the bottom pair and gives it up. Good fold on the turn.
Funky on the flop, but
I put you on 7-5 every hand now.
yeah, that's a good shout. I probably have 7-5 every hand now.
That was a pair, right?
Yeah, a pair.
Oh,
Tough to make a pair, man.
Wow.
No wonder you've been losing with it recently. You're not. You gotta put some oomph behind your
man,
favorite hand.
I don't know, man. Too tight.
Right Guy telling Ryan that he folded a pair,
Thinking of doing something funky if you bet the flop.
communicating some respect.
I don't think I have much.
I mean, it is bottom
at that
pair, but
point.
still just a one bet after checking twice.
Well, 300 here from Peter, and Rye Guy putting in the 3-bet 1500. Pretty standard here. Rye Guy straddled, picked up 2 10s.
We haven't seen Peter give up pre-flop to these 3 bets very much, and this time is no different. He just continued with the ace-jack offsuit. Wow, top set, but not much of anything for Peter.
Well, what we've seen from Peter is if you bet small on the flop, Peter is peeling a lot. Will he call this time? Often it's gone bet small, Peter calls with almost anything, and then bet big on the turn and Peter lets it go.
Oh, wow, Jeremy, you called it perfectly. I think that's exactly what we're going to see this hand.
Well, how big is Rye Guy going to bet here with top set? And Rye Guy is going to check.
Wow. Setting the trap. I mean, hey, like you said, maybe he's thinking the same thing you just said, where Peter's pretty wide on the flop, and then if he bets again, he's expecting Peter to fold, so he wants to make more money with a check, and it looks like Peter's going to take the bait.
25.
I'm expecting a check raise out here with how drawy this board is, but I mean, we know Peter will just fold, so let's see if Rye Guy wants to continue to trap.
$2,500 from Peter. And if you're Peter, I'm guessing he's trying to get a hand like ace queen, ace king to fold. So I don't think he's expecting Rye Guy to fold an overpair here for 2,500 on the turn.
Oh yeah, definitely. Rye Guy throwing in a time chip. For those guys who
They play music videos?
are not regulars here, regular watchers of Live the Bike, the time chip,
Yeah.
every player starts
Put
with,
Thriller on.
I don't know exactly how
Oh,
many
yeah,
of them,
I
but
would enjoy
every
that.
time they want to think longer to speed up the game, they have to give up a time chip, and they have
That's a good
limited
one.
amount. And
Okay,
Right Guy
yeah,
does
you
go
go there,
all in.
Michael Jackson? Yeah, it'd be nice.
I do think just calling on this board, we know like seeing their hands will work out better as he's got unlocked, but it's really scary. Any spade, any club, and again, any 5, 3, 8, one-liner to a straight, a 9. And he's thinking, hey, if Peter has some combo draw, then he can just get value on the turn as well. But yeah, I like that. Continuation bet, and then check raise. Mixing it up. And he got rewarded for it.
Yep, nice hand there. Well, you have called it out. I don't think Peter has folded once he's gotten 3-bet pre-flop. He's called every time. He's also called the small flop bet every time, so I think the players have picked up on that.
3 players. Good to go, Marco?
Pooh Daddy says, nice Hollywooding.
Drop.
Yeah, I did notice the way he threw in the time chip aggressively. He did that in a very similar way against Ryan Malky just a few hands ago when he had the Jack 10 of hearts. He threw in that time chip really aggressively both times. I mean, I don't know if he's just doing that every time, but that is something that I noticed. And, you know, maybe he's thinking his opponent might notice, hey, last time this guy did it with Ace Jack, or sorry, Jack High, and maybe you know maybe he's trying to think. Yeah, he's trying to make his opponents think that he's doing it subconsciously, right, with a bluff.
Yeah, trying to appear the same way as he did when he only had the draw.
Yeah, behaving the same way with bluff and valley. Exactly. We got middle pair for Peter and John, right guy with top pair. 3 ways.
Heads up.
Well, no club for Peter. And you would think with the 10 here, he's just going to check it back, but we'll see.
King.
Yeah, it makes sense to check it back with a 10. Here on the river, there's no point in denying equity. All the cards are out there. So if you're betting in position, you're either trying to get a better hand to fold or a worse hand to call. And with a 10, I don't think either of those scenarios are too likely. So check back makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah, in general, if you're betting, the top 2 reasons to bet is 1, to get a better hand to fold, 2, get a worst hand
500.
to call, and then way in 3rd place to protect your hand.
I think when I coach some of the newer players on how to play poker, that's something that they struggle with because they would bet on the river with a hand like Queen 10. Their opponent would fold, and then they think, oh, it worked out because I won the pot, but chances are if your opponent folded, you would have won anyway without having to risk that additional money.
Right, exactly.
Pocket pair versus pocket pair. Ryan with the pre-flop aggression. PP with the underpair with a 9 out there. The 9, even though it is an overcard, is not super significant. You're not expecting Ryan to 3-bet that many hands with a 9 in it.
2200 from Ryan, and yeah, like you said, this is not the worst flop for 2-7. Still beat a lot of suited Broadway ace-high hands, so PP's going to call. And not a bad turn card for 7s either. Now, if you're Ryan and you're trying to get value from a smaller pocket pair, there's not many smaller pocket pairs out there left that aren't a set. 7s happens to be one of them, and PP has it. He goes check on the turn. Ryan checks again, and now PP will probably check this back. Yep, check on the river. Ryan's going to win with 2 10s.
Yeah. Nice nice value on the flop and turn, and I think this hand is pretty standard from both players.
It did go check on the turn and river though.
Oh, sorry, I thought there was a bet on the turn. My bad.
No, it's okay.
Great.
Yeah, that cameraman getting up close and personal there. Right next to Ryan.
Do you have a favorite poker announcer?
I like JJ a lot. I really like JJ.
I think JJ is good as well.
He has a.
I like JJ and Mike Sexton, who I grew up on, so
Yeah.
those two.
How old are you?
Yeah.
How old are you?
25. Plays at Ollie. Ollie's really good too. Ollie's one of my favorites.
I like
How
Ollie
old are
too,
you?
and yeah, JJ is great.
31.
31. Nice.
Is
Have you
it?
commentated with JJ before?
Yeah, 3 at the start of that number.
I have, but it's
Yeah.
been a very long time.
We're the same age.
I'm 33 actually. Yeah.
I think it's been a couple of years.
Golden? Is that what it's called? No.
Oh wow.
Is there a
Okay.
name
Yeah, I
for
did
when
it
you-
a couple months,
like
or
44
maybe like
days
3 or
ago.
4 months ago.
It's
I
when your
think
birthday's on.
JJ is definitely
You're the
very
age of
energetic,
your
fun to
digital
commentate with.
Yeah.
It's like the 25th
Yeah.
of your month. Is
It's a champagne birthday. That's what it's called.
champagne birthday.
Yeah. My girlfriend just had hers.
I
so
didn't see
know
that.
that.
Sure.
Yeah. Can you check that?
Future Man says Lon McCarran all day. Am I saying that right?
Raise.
You were born and raised here?
Chicago.
Chicago.
Yeah.
When did you move to LA?
5 years ago.
5 years ago?
Yeah.
Very cool.
I was downtown LA for like 4 years, and I just moved to Pasadena.
Oh, cool, man.
Yeah.
Cool.
Good hiking, yeah. If you want to go Altadena, San Gabriel Mountains.
Yeah, I would love some
Very good
recommendations. I'm trying to, get a little healthier when I'm out here too. So, hike every morning wouldn't hurt.
There's so many options. I feel guilty I don't take advantage.
I know. I don't. I was just telling him like I should hike.
San
more.
Diego?
Yeah. There's so many good spots, but I just
I went to a really popular one.
Race?
You like finish on the beach.
area of Torrey Pines or
Yeah.
that's it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I've done that one a bunch, but
Yeah. It's super popular.
I
Those
need
aren't my
to, I need to
favorite.
do other ones. Yeah.
I don't like going into ones that are just like the most popular.
Right. Yeah. I actually don't like Torrey Pines that much. I mean, it's okay, but I guess I expected way more when I first did it because
I enjoy it.
everyone loves it.
Yeah.
But
It's because it's like scenic and easy.
it's easy. It's
That's
pretty
what.
good,
Like,
yeah.
here, one of the versions would be, goddamn, waterfall. I forget what it's called. Eaton Canyon. Scenic, super easy, very crowded. But if you go on a weekend, I like to go where I can let my dog chill off leash, not have people
Right.
everywhere.
Heads up. All right.
Limit pot here. Big blind versus straddle. John gonna check back bottom pair.
Right guy with 5 high. As good a hand as any to try to steal it.
What is it? Queen high?
Runs into a pair from John though.
Nice hand. That would have been cool, 6-4 or whatever, or 5-3, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're John,
would've
you
been
check
cool for
back
one of
those
us.
weak hands
One of
every
us.
now and then because you don't expect it called by worse,
One or
and
the
you're
other.
hoping
Yeah.
that the actual worse hands will take a stab at it and then you can call.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. 5-3 deuce. Ace 5.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, we haven't heard much from Ludo. He's opening here ace-2 of hearts on the button. John 3-bets him from the big line, ace-9 of clubs. Both players without a pair. Ace-9 is ahead right now. John betting 900 on the flop. And Ludo's going to call. Ace-high, backdoor hearts. Well, John turns clubs. And John's going to check. And if you're Ludo, did you call on the flop because you thought your ace high was good, or were you going to take a stab at it if you got check 2 on the turn? Well, Ludo bets 1,800. Trying to get hands like 8s, 9s, 7s to fold. Maybe a better ace high to fold, but John check raises all in, and that is that. Nice line there from John. And here's the chip count. What's up, JJ, in the chat? Rye guy on John. About the same size, about 45K. Peter and Rye Guy, both about 50% VPOOP. That is a game.
Straddle.
Strange you guys have to call it straddle every hand when it's just continuous.
Yeah, I guess at this point I really don't have to. But it's for the graphics. So
Yeah,
Sure.
I get that.
300. Let's go. $200. Raise. 700.
Raised pot here, and both players with spades. Ace Jack 10. Ludo just got check raised all in on the turn. The very last hand. Not in a folding mood. Turn is the queen of clubs, one liner to a straight.
没有，我休息一下。
And Peter is ahead right now with 9 high.
你看到哪里了？
Peter's going to bet small here, 700. Ludo still with spades. He's going to call. And a spade here would be absolutely brutal for Ludo. And the river is a deuce, giving Ludo the best hand. But Ludo has to think his deuce is no good here. One liner to a straight. And 4 overcards. If Peter bets this, he's going to win. No, Peter checks it. And if Ludo shows down this deuce, Peter is going to be upset, knowing that he definitely could have left Ludo off the hand. But as it stands, Ludo is going to turn his deuce into a bluff. Can't blame him. And Peter with absolutely nothing. He's just going to fold. What a hand.
Yeah, on this board, either player with just a king has nuts, so with the way the board played out, you gotta be the way the hand played out, you gotta be a little bit worried the other player has it. But yeah, that does not that's not as tilting from Peter's perspective as if Ludo's just checked it back, even though it's the same result either way. If Peter sees that deuce, man, I have a feeling. It's one of those spots where I'm feeling, oh, I could have bet this. But from Peter's perspective here, maybe he just had a king.
Check.
Check, check.
Check.
Check, check.
Two kings here for Ludo, or not Ludo, for Rai Guy.
300.
Check to the flop and turn. And now Rai Guy going for some value on the river. Ludo's going to look him up with a deuce. It's going to be shown the two kings.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Raise to 300. Oh. Heads up. Bet 500.
300 from Ryan on the button. He's going to continue, and Rai Guy with just 5 high is going to let it go.
Straddle. 300. Heads up. $250.
300 from Ryan pre-flop. And I'm not sure how the action went, but it looks like Ryan bet and took it down.
Yeah, these guys are playing really fast. They do have the RFID and the cards, but all the chips, whenever they bet, the amounts have to be entered manually. So, yeah, I mean, these guys are playing real fast.
Raise to 300.
So every once in a while, we have a hand where the graphics just don't keep up.
Ludo getting 3-bet, and he might be feeling like he's getting kind of picked on here. He's kind of run into it a couple of hands in a row. We don't know what Rai Guy has, but Ludo's just going to let it go.
Yeah. King 9 offsuit. I think he is making the discipline lay down, even if he does feel like he's being picked on. I think you're going to want generally a better hand than that to continue against a pretty large 3-bet.
Straddle.
Yeah, for sure.
Raise to 600.
Last time we had the double straddle, it was carnage.
Oh yeah, he got you right.
Re-raise. 2,000.
I think you got me.
Did I? Oh yeah, when I made it 5K. Yeah.
And Peter putting in the 4-bet with 2 4s.
Big hand goes on here. We have to double straddle.
And Ludo
If this hand turns
with
big, we
ace
have to
queen.
double straddle
The initial raiser, he made it 200, got 3-bet, and now cold 4-bet.
All in. Yeah.
All in.
Yep.
And this is probably the best hand Ludo has
I
seen
mean, I'm always
in a while. He's going to go with it all in.
Yeah, of course I'm in.
Yeah, I like it. Expecting you to take this one down pre-flop.
That was my move.
These hands are basically 50-50 in equity. Peter has to be a little worried about running into a bigger pair, in which case he is drawing very slim, only to 2 4s in the deck. But also with Ludo's stack size, it isn't... He might be thinking he has the odds to call against Ludo's range. So here you would think, hey, like, how often does my opponent have ace
Wow.
king, aces, queens?
He folded, and look at that. Even Ludo was surprised. He totally expected Peter to call. Peter made it 2,000. He only had 4,000 behind.
Took my spot.
Yeah.
And if you're Ludo, you are loving life getting that through with ace queen when Peter was getting a very good price to call.
Yeah. Yeah, I was actually looking at Ludo's stack size, but Peter had the smaller stack there, so the price is very good.
Raise. 600. Heads up.
Snap defend. Snap.
Well, it looks like another 3-bet pot here. We don't know what Peter has.
1,100.
Over's in a gut shot for a Rye guy. And he's just going to let it go.
Bump up. One or two? Just one, right?
I'm straddling. Yeah. Oh, it's the bomb pot.
Yeah.
All right, I'll make mine up.
Button's gonna stay there. Yeah, so.
Okay.
Check.
$100 bone pot. You hear me over there? Check around. 150.
So it looks like they're playing the bomb pot, which is every player sees a flop. There's no pre-flop betting. They each put in, it looks like $100 pre-flop.
Heads up.
And the graphics aren't showing it, but someone has 4-5. And Ryan with top pair. Yeah, it looks like Rye guy with 4-5 here. $400 from Ryan top pair. So 400 and a call. If Rye guy checks it over to Ryan, Ryan will probably check this back. It is a bomb pot after all.
700.
Nope. Rye guy's going for value here, 700. And if you're a Ryan here in a bomb pot, Jack 4-4, at best you're chopping with another Jack, you would think. And Ryan makes the disciplined fold there for only 700.
No bluff. No bluff. No bluff. He made a good fold.
The graphics don't show up, but Rye guy has 4-5.
Oh, 119.
Yeah, I definitely agree. There's not that many hands you can be beating there with Queen Jack on the river. It's a good fold, especially after your opponent calls twice out of position and leaves the river.
Okay.
A little bit of an unorthodox play, definitely not bad at all, but it shows a lot of strength because you're showing a lot of strength betting twice, and they're not even waiting to see what you do on the river, and they're betting into you.
Not always bluff.
But you gotta be a little bit worried that you have the 4 if they don't.
Double. Okay, everything's good. Back on. Double.
Right, Ryan's too good to bet himself, and he's too good to call.
Right, it's a bomb pot, so either player can have a 4.
Yeah, definitely.
Oops, sorry. Double startups on me.
You're good.
Okay.
No,
Cool.
yeah, everything's good. Raise. 800. Heads up.
Ryguy's raising his straddle here to 800. Peter defending his blind. 6-5 calls. 6-9 jack. And Ryguy top pair. And how involved is Peter going to get here with a 6? $500. And we've seen Peter check raise huge when he believes he's ahead. Could he possibly check raise with a 6 here?
Raise. 1500.
Wow, you called it. I didn't think he was going to do it, but it looks like he did. The graphics saying call, but he did put in a raise, didn't he?
Call.
And if you're a Ryguy with the stack sizes as such, do you just go here? Well, Ryguy called. We're not sure exactly what the raise size was, but Peter did raise.
I don't remember.
The turn is a 4, so Ryguy's still ahead. Peter checks again. And now if you're a Ryguy, you can put Peter on a worse hand here that was check raising for protection. You've seen him do it before.
Yeah, there's some draws out there, so I think with this stack size, I think shipping it would make sense. Checking it back completely fine, of course, as well.
The thing is, if Peter had a very strong hand with 2,700 and the pot only 4,500, I think he would be shipping there almost always. But I guess Peter could be doing it with a better jack. You're always worried about that sort of hand.
Yeah, I agree. These players definitely capable of mixing it up as well, but most of the time, with only 2,700 behind into a $4,500 pot, if you got a hand you like, with the possible draws out there, normally you're just going to go all in.
Someone asked in the chat, can anybody join that game if we got there right on time? Well, if you're interested in joining the game, email our producer, Wayne.
And then you say 14?
He'll set you up.
And then you owe him 14 for the
Yeah, we're live at the Bicycle Casino in the Los Angeles area. I think technically it's in Bell Gardens.
Yep.
But yeah, Los Angeles area. And yeah, definitely email our producer if you want to play on the show.
raise to 300. Re-raise, 1100. All in.
3-bet to 1100, and now Peter with this stack size only 2700 behind. Just goes for all in with sevens. I think that makes sense. He has some pre-flop fold equity, gets John to fold king queen off, and even if he does get called, a lot of times he could be flipping with a pocket pair against two overs. So Peter does pick up a pretty nice $1,500 without having to go to a showdown.
I think it's over there.
What's that?
Without even risking that much more.
Oh, you bought the button. Okay.
What happened?
Got
about it.
So back onto just normal position.
Yep.
Thank you. Single straddle.
I missed mine somehow.
Oh, it's all good. Do it later.
300.
Raise to 300. Straddle.
Once again, we're live at the bike. I'm Don Dean. My co-commentator Jeremy Fremlin.
He's the
Um,
100.
Like and subscribe if you're enjoying the show. It's the longest running high stakes poker series.
300.
Authentic high stakes action.
I did 3K earlier. I forgot to tell.
Thank you very much. Ludo added 3,000. Yes.
PB was gone from the table from a bit. He just stole from the button with Jack 7 offsuit, raising it up again, this time with a much better hand, King Jack suited. Flop misses both these players pretty hard. Peter does have a gut shot, but with 3 diamonds out there, nothing to be too excited about. He is going to take a stab on the turn after PP checks back the flop.
And this is just going to get through. Nice little stab there from Peter. Peter has been involved in just about every other hand. I wonder if the players are picking up on it.
Yeah. PP does have the open ender there, but with 4 diamonds out there, he can't be very sure that's good, even if he does hit like a Broadway straight, for example.
He's buying the button, right?
I mean, even having a made straight on a 4 flush board is it's really just a bluff catcher, right? It's anyone with just one diamond.
Right.
This is no straddle.
No, it's a straddle.
You can straddle again. Okay.
No, I'm stressed out.
He's the straddle.
Okay.
That's good.
You can put them on.
Yeah, you can raise. Raise to 4. What's up? $200.
And well, Peter getting 3-bet from Rye Guy, 2 8s. We have never seen Peter give up pre-flop. He calls.
It looked like he called a 1/4 pot continuation bet on the flop as well with pretty much nothing. He's definitely got a plan to try to win this hand later. Or maybe facing the double barrel aggression from Rye Guy decides to give it up. But I expect if we saw a check from Rye Guy, Peter probably would have tried to take it away.
Well, Rye Guy's realizing that Peter has never folded for the small flop bet after the 3-bet, so he's calling with just about any 2 cards, and he could continue to try to barrel the turn there, even though it's a really ugly flop and turn for 2 8s.
Yeah, I like how Rye Guy played that, turning his ace into a bluff there.
Sorry about that.
Yes, sir. Raise to 300.
Folds out some equity from Peter, who did turn a gut shot as well as had the overcard with the queen.
And now Peter, after getting dealt so many weak hands, gets the ace-king and gets action from Rye Guy in the form of 5-3. I mean, yeah, very nothing there for Rye Guy. Peter's just going to bet and get through.
Raise to 3. Raise. 1800.
I was gonna join the family party. But
Yeah, dysfunctional family now.
And here we go. PP with ace jack. After seeing a huge multi-way pot pre-flop, a couple 300s there, makes it 1800.
Peter doesn't like to fold pre-flop, but I mean, he only put in, he only invested, you said 300?
Yeah, it was 300.
Okay, yeah. With so little invested, facing all the way up to 1800, decides not to continue this one. It's pretty big commitment, and he only has 10-8 offsuit. The squeeze play from PP is pretty nice here because, you know, he's got that tighter table image, so the players are going to give him more respect. And with all the players in there, he's risking 1800 to win like, I think 1,000. So it's a pretty good price, assuming they're going to fold pretty often, which I would expect given the circumstances.
And now Ludo with 2 kings. He's kind of had a bad run of it.
yeah, I want to play
And
against
wow,
Jason.
he gets instantly folded on.
That's sad. I hate it when that happens.
You're
Yeah.
the only one I've beaten. Everyone else I lose to. You're the only one I've beaten.
I wanted you to repop this one. I wanted you to repop this one.
Repop this one.
Raise to 400. Re-raise. 14.
Did Peter limp in with ace-queen in the cutoff? Looks like he did. And of course, PP's going to raise on the button with ace-jack, and now Peter limp re-raises to 1400. What does PP make of this?
Wow.
Heads up.
He's going to call. We have never seen anyone limp re-raise at all the whole show. And of course, PP outflops Peter. 8-9 jack.
1100.
Things have not been going Peter's way.
Yeah, PB with position here, top pair, top kicker. It is a little bit of a scary situation facing a limp raise like you said, Jeremy. This is the first time we've seen it, and a lot of times when you see this at the casinos, it's like kings or aces very frequently. From Peter, who's been very aggressive, we know he's willing to get in there with a lot of hands. I think you're not as scared, but it's still, like you said, it's the first time we've seen it, so it's always got to be like, whoa, alarm bell's going off. I mean, PP's still pretty sure he's got the best hand, putting out the bet with the ace-jack. Peter here with just 2 overs and the gut shot to hit the nut straight. If a 10 peels off, I mean, I guess he would lose to king-queen, I guess, if that happened, but gives it up.
Yeah, kind of unlucky there for Peter.
Yeah, he had the best hand pre-flop.
Yeah, he got a lot of money in dominating PP, but PP just outflops with the jack there.
Peter's had to fold on the turn a lot. It's, a lot of these are like not the big like all-in pots, but as we can see from the stack sizes, they add up quite a bit when you put in a pre-flop bet and a flop bet, and then have to fold on the turn. I mean, like you said, there's not much you can do about getting outflopped by the jack there, but it's these pots really add up.
Peter with ace-queen again. This time he's going to raise 300.
players.
PP called. We don't know what he has. Ace Jack 4.
400. Heads up.
400 and a call, and these two just played a pot.
$1,200.
1,200 now. Baby's thinking, well, last time you bet and then checked the river and gave up. This time you're betting 2 streets, so you must have it. BB's going to let it go.
Peter getting a little bit back, but not as much as he was hoping for with the ace-queen here.
Straddle. Raise to 300. Four players.
Kaima in the Twitch chat asked, what's the point of playing 25.50 with a $50 ante instead of 50-100? The dead money makes it so you should play more aggressively because the blind is less incentivized to defend against a steal.
400.
So the ante it encourages more like just more aggression pre-flop theoretically.
1,500.
And I think in practice we see this work out very well as well. I would like to see some sort of antes being added to just poker as like a standard instead of only on like these high stakes games.
A raised pot here, and John absolutely smashes it. Ace 7, 2 pair. Not sure how the pre-flop action went here, but as it stands now, Ludo is facing a raise, and he's got 2 10s. There is an ace out there. And look at that graphics for the clock.
It looks like a bomb's about to go off. From like one of those Hollywood movies. Is that what that reminds me of? Giant red. Ticking down.
Yeah, it doesn't. The graphics aren't showing. The flop is like ace 7 3. John has 2 pair. And Ludo wisely gonna let it go.
Straddle. Raise to 300. 3 raise, 1,100. Yeah, 300 to 1,100.
Right guy raising it up, as he is likely to do with any suited cards from late position. Gets 3-bet though, and forced to fold his 10-3 suited. Pretty light 3-bet as well. I think that was Queen 8 suited.
Yeah, we haven't seen much light 3-betting.
Raise to 300. Four players.
Looks like a raised pot 3 ways. Rye guy with the best hand, king 8, gets checked around, picks up spades.
600.
Peter gonna bet his queen now. PP open-ended with a pair, he calls. And if you're a rye guy here, I think calling makes a lot of sense.
Raise.
But he's gonna raise. The thing is, you already have top pair, so what better hands are you trying to get to fold? And what worse hands are trying to get to call? But just as I say that, Peter calls with the queen.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what you said. I think calling would be the most standard play, but hey, there are like anyone with a jack potentially, or a smaller flush draw. I mean, Peter's got a pair and a Broadway draw as well.
Yeah.
And there's the spade for
Oh, no,
Rye
first
guy.
time, I mean on this. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You play here all the time.
And how much does Peter want to hold on here with a queen? That spade is very bad
You know
for
what
you.
days you're going
I mean,
to
one of
play?
the hands you're hoping to
It's
beat
just
on
gonna
the
be
turn
around main?
when Rye guy raises is spades, and the spades just came.
Do you do the mountain biking?
So all in.
Oh, okay. That sounds fun.
Right guy hoping
Nice.
Peter's got a flush going for maximum value here. I mean, with the size of the pot and the size of Peter's
Oh,
stack,
wow.
I think
And you're
thinking
gonna
all
be
in bet makes
sleeping,
sense.
Like, intense
a lot
and
of hands,
stuff,
but
like,
yeah.
When you or yeah. A little bit. Okay. Yeah.
So if you're Peter here, you don't beat any value hands, I would think, with a queen. So what bluffs does Rye guy have? Wow, Peter makes the call.
How
Wow, I think what you said earlier about, I think you were mentioning a comment about Ludo getting 3-bet. Peter's been facing a lot of aggression from other players, and
Neil got him into it.
we can see a lot of times they just have it, like here, for example, but, you know, like maybe he's been feeling like he's getting a little run over by Rye guy and decided to take a
Griffin and
stand
Nate
here.
in Palm Springs like
But
2 months ago, and Nate just went by himself.
Yeah, it did not work out
Yeah, just to hang
in this
out.
case.
Yeah, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about
Nate
it,
woke
I think
up
that's a
really
big
early
part
and
of
went by
it.
himself.
Peter has been involved
he, like, loves it.
in a lot of hands, and he's been folding. He's been forced to fold a lot. So finally, with ace queen, he makes a middle pair, and he's like, you know what? I've just been folding like crazy. They can't have it every time. I'm going to call this time. Unfortunately for him, he runs into it.
Yeah, these chips are slippery.
Yeah, the black ones are really
Like-
slippery.
That was just my straddle, right? Or was that you?
There was an extra
Oh,
one that
this
just
is
got
me,
thrown
right?
out.
Yeah,
Is
that's
there
you,
a
right?
second
Yeah,
bust
I
on
thought- I
hand
thought
of
I-
I
tonight?
thought I was.
Yep, we had Ludo
Yeah.
earlier
Straddle.
with top 2 versus a straight.
Peter has also been blinding down a bit. Well, I mean, not
yeah.
blinding down
Here.
exactly, but
No, what's the bet?
not as much as
He
his
wants-
stack
he
size
wants
wasn't
change, right?
super big to begin with, but even still, it's a nice sized pot going over to Rye guy.
No, action here.
And we might now see an even more ramped up game. Peter rebought for 30,000.
Yeah. He doesn't just want to get even, he wants to get up. Have that opportunity to be up in one hand.
Raise. 1,800.
John's gonna 3-bet immediately. Peter lets it go. We don't know what John had.
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if I don't know, with Peter getting stacked, rebuying, and raising his very next hand, I wonder if John thinks maybe he's doing a little tilt raise. But I mean, Peter's been pretty active this whole time, so I guess any raise with
100.
any two cards that have numbers and symbols on them wouldn't be too out of character.
Re-raise. 1,100.
Yeah, Peter's already been very active.
Right, ace 10
Oh.
suited.
Ace 10 of diamonds. He's not folding that.
Heads up.
There's the draft.
And PP 3-bet on the button, Queen Jack.
Is that thing warm? It keeps you warm or no? It's not really.
Peter calls.
800.
Yeah, with this sizing, I think PP's got to expect to get called. Flop misses in both. Peter with the best hand with ace high.
PP should know if he bets 800, PP's calling with just about anything. So if he bets that flop for 800, should be betting a lot of turns. Although this is not one of the turns I think Peter is going to fold. 4 of diamonds giving Peter a diamond draw. And Peter's just going to lead out 1600. This might let PP off the hook here. Do you want to bluff the guy that just rebought for 3,000 and is possibly on tilt? No. PP wisely lets it go.
All right, Peter getting a little bit back. He's got a long way to go, but it always starts one pot at a time.
Yeah, any kind of win
Someone gets stacked.
right after getting stuck feels good.
Oh, definitely.
And look at those V pips, 57 and 51.
Yeah,
That's what we like to see.
the order is, I think, the exact same as the last time we checked, but Ryan has dropped down to 31%, and now it's Rye Guy and Peter still at the top. Here's the chip counts, and Rye Guy is our big winner today, with a hand we just saw, as well as a big one earlier in John. The second big winner. Everyone else down, contributing to these guys' winnings.
Rye Guy had that big hand earlier with Jack 10 of hearts. Check raised the flop. King Queen with 2 hearts. Got all the money in and hit the heart on the turn.
It's off face.
Yeah, that was against Ryan, who we can see is the second biggest loser from mostly just that one pot. It's a really big pot.
Yeah.
I think Ryan actually would be up a little bit if it were not for that one hand. He was down 15,000 total, and I believe that pot was, I think it was 36,000. So he lost 18,000 in that hand.
And with a dealer change, they're going to do a bomb pot. So I think every dealer change, they do a bomb pot. PP with the best hand right now. Rye Guy is going to bet as open-ended. Draw. And Ludo stuck around as well. Ace-5 is still best.
Wow, there's a fancy play from Ludo. I assume he's going to take a play at it if it checks around, but
Rye Guy bet big on the turn, 2,000.
yeah, just continue to bet, and it worked out for him. Takes it down with a nut low, but I mean he has some good equity of call to hit the open ender. I really like seeing these guys fight over the bomb pots. I think I've been at a lot of tables where the bomb pot people just play very straightforward. They just like bet and everyone folds, but I mean, we can see Ludo even willing to float in there with absolutely nothing 3 ways in position. Maybe thinking, hey, I'm repping a lot of strength. If he goes check, check, I can take it away. PP calling with middle pair, and then Rye Guy taking the aggression with just 3 high and the open ender. So I love seeing these guys fight for the bomb pots. It's really cool.
Rye Guy putting in the 3-bet with Jack 10. And PP putting in the cold 4-bet, Ace-7 of clubs. And this is going to work. PP only has 6,000 behind. Yeah, Rye Guy's forced to fold Jack 10.
Yeah, I mean he's seen Rye Guy get a little out of line too frequently with less than premium holdings pre-flop, and then taking advantage of that with aggressive action. He's saying like, hey, like I know you probably don't have that good of a hand most of the time, and it's like, are you willing to put in a big chunk of your stack to see a flop? And Rye Guy with Jack 10 off, I think from that spot there's not much you can do but fold. So it's a nice 4-bet from PP.
And what a flop for Ryan. Ace deuce deuce, Jack deuce of clubs. Fortunately for him, Peter did not have anything. Don't know what he had.
Three. Twelve. Heads up.
Ryan opening with ace-three of clubs. Out of the cutoff, 2 calls. Oh, excuse me, just 1 call.
Bottom pair versus middle pair. Generally in these spots, both players are trying to get to showdown kind of cheaply. So I'm expecting if it's bet call on the flop. If nothing changes, might get checked down. But we'll see. Looks like Ryan went for a slight overbet on the flop.
Yeah, that's interesting. Ludo calls.
I like the play from Ryan to just like mix it up, you know, like keep your opponents guessing. Take them out of their comfort zone. Wow, Ludo rivering 2 pair. There's a flush out there, but with a turn going check check, I mean, Ludo's got to think he has the best hand. But being out of position, he thinks maybe there's a higher chance that Ryan will take a bluff at it than calling a value bet himself. So Ryan just checks back, taking a showdown value, like I said, is pretty likely when someone has a low pair.
Yeah, that was an interesting hand. Ludo was just thinking, like, what did you overbet with after the hearts get there? Did you overbet with just a top pair or something worse?
Corner. Call. Heads up.
John bet this flop here with 7 high, and right guy called with king high. After getting called, it looks like John's just going to shut it down. Yep, check, check to the river, and king high. Gonna take it down.
Sure.
Yeah, John with just 7 high. Definitely would be tempted to bet in the river just there, but it decides not to. Might have worked, but might not. With on that board, I mean, king high is not too bad of a hand as a bluff catcher. So who knows what Rye Guy would have done facing a bet. Only Rye Guy, I guess, would know. Once again, where Bally's presents Live at the Bike, world's longest running high stakes poker series. We're playing $25.50 with a $50 dead ante from the big blind. And the players have agreed on a $100 straddle. I'm Don Dean, and commentating with Jeremy. We got a 3-bet pot.
This is blind versus blind. Ace queen and king queen. In a very coordinated flop. 6, 7, 8, 2 spades.
The bad flop for both of their hands. It checks through very quickly, and Rye Guy turning top pair here.
And remember, John is the 3-better here. He might represent that ace. No, he's going to check it back.
Similar to the previous hand, I mean, king queen on this board. I mean, it's a nut no pair hand, so it does have some showdown value.
River is a 4, bringing in spades and a one-liner to a straight, but in a 3-bet pot, either player shouldn't be too concerned about a 5. Right guy's gonna bet his ace, and that's gonna be it for John.
Are we allowed to eat at the table?
Generally,
No.
they don't want you to during the show. Once
Okay.
the show's down, yeah, you guys
Okay.
can.
Yes, good value bet by Ryga on the river.
Yeah.
Very, very likely, based on the way the hand played out, that he has the best hand. But I think some newer players might be afraid of the straight. But as Jeremy says, very unlikely in a 3-bet pot that either player has a 5.
300. Heads up.
300 from Right Guy on the button.
Can we call food service?
Peter, who has been a little quiet lately, calls Queen 9. Both players miss. Gut shot for Right Guy. $300, and it gets through.
Peter not connecting with any piece of that. No overcards, no backdoor flush draws, no backdoor straight draws even. I guess exactly Jack 10 would give him a straight. Yeah, like you mentioned earlier, Peter not folding that much in any flops, so now we know what it takes to get Peter to fold on a flop.
The biggest surprise was Mavericks, Game 7.
Yeah, yeah. I was surprised. I mean, obviously, everyone was surprised they won that series.
Yeah, you bet on that game. That's good.
I thought the Suns might win it all or something. I don't know.
They're my favorites.
Yeah.
He's right behind you, John.
Oh.
They went to the
Hello.
finals.
Yeah, like they won so many regular season games. You know, it was like.
Yeah.
Hello.
There was a report though that
Can I get-
all the
yeah,
teams
can I
wanted to
get,
play the Suns. They didn't want to play any of the other top 4 seeds. The Clippers wanted to play the Suns. Yeah.
Steam salmon, and then steam
It's like
vegetables.
the report was like Luka scares us. Like nobody on the
White.
team scares us.
Huh?
Something like that.
White rice.
Limped pot here.
Yeah. And
He's going to take a stab at it with ace high.
thank you.
Not a bad flop for ace high. It's paired boards. Ludo's also going to call with ace high.
Ludo's got a slightly better ace high right now. They're pretty likely to chop on a decent amount of runouts, but Ludo does turn an open ender. PP turns also an open ender. They need each other's card.
400.
$400 and a call.
Why'd your girlfriend go back?
This goes check, check.
She's in law school.
Ace 9
So
high
she
is
got a
going to
month
win.
off, and
Yeah.
we took advantage
Tough
of
to
it.
bet
fully.
here, though,
For
after you
the
get
last,
called twice.
4 weeks, I played like 15 hours of poker up until today over this last
Nice.
month, which was really nice just to disconnect and
Yeah.
enjoy the trip. And
Yep,
the whole,
ace 9's going
yeah.
to take it down.
Yeah.
Just
on?
barely.
She goes to the Detroit Windsor.
Kicker just barely
Law School.
high enough to
So
not
there were
be a
few,
chop
like,
here.
options in Canada that we were looking at, but because this will allow her to work in the States and Canada, definitely aligns with what our long-term plan is.
Yeah. You guys want to maybe move to the States?
Yeah, either move here or spend half the year here, or just be open to change.
Yeah.
A lot of people get like stale, stagnant, and don't really.
States, what do you think of the gun control?
That's not the stream kind of topic. I'm gonna stay away from that one.
Canada just banned guns, right? Didn't they?
I'm
Something like that. I saw something on the news that they did something.
not sure what it was, but there's not a lot of worry in Canada about that kind of stuff.
Right.
Yeah. I want to make sure I don't get canceled.
Everybody's
before I
happy.
begin.
Everybody's happy in Canada.
That's a loaded question. Check.
Yeah. They.
300 from Ryan. Right Guy defends.
Yeah.
And Right Guy's just going to let it go.
France is the healthcare.
Yeah. It's free and it's good.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
I have type 1 diabetes, and so since
Okay.
I'm 20, I've been having diabetes, and so I have to pay. Insulin was free in France.
Yeah.
So when I moved to the US, I thought it would be the same.
Yeah.
Biggest economic country
Yeah.
in the world.
You have to like take out a second mortgage just
I have to pay just to survive.
Yeah.
I have to pay for my insulin. There's some bad stories out there. People with type 1 diabetes
Yeah.
dying just because they cannot afford it.
Yeah, it's brutal. Maybe in 50 years they'll figure it out.
It's like $300 is one thing like this.
303 ways. Right guy
Healthcare.
just calling with the ace queen. And interesting flop here. John with the middle pair. Ryan's open ended.
How many people are in France?
I think it's about 60 million.
After check two twice, Ryan gonna bet his draw. Right guy gonna call, thinking that if he was head on the flop, that deuce does not change anything. John calls as well.
Wow. Ryan hits it on the river.
Yep, there's the straight for Ryan.
There is a possible full house out there, but Ryan with his nut straight, I mean, given the action and how light it spins, he's got to be thinking pretty much has the nuts.
And look at this. Rye guy gonna lead out 2,500. What does Ryan make of this? Like, what is Rye guy representing? He's almost representing the hand that Ryan has.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's representing the Queen 10.
So remember, Rye guy checked the flop, check called the turn, now leading 2,500 on a king river.
65.
Ryan's gonna raise, and of course Ryan with Rye guy just with ace high, he's gonna let it go.
I grew up there. Yeah. So.
Yeah, nice value
I
raise by
went
Ryan.
to LA for like 7 years, but then now I'm back.
I think
there,
definitely a lot of players might just call there, being afraid of a full house. But yeah, given how few bets went in post flop, I think you gotta go for more value with a nut straight there. He's confident he has the best hand, goes for the raise. Doesn't get paid, but still a nice spot.
Double shot, 200.
I like the unorthodox play from Rye guy too. Like it didn't work out for him here. He ran into Queen 10, but just imagine if Ryan had
500.
maybe like 10-8 instead or something. Like it could have worked. And I really like just the fact that he's willing to go for an unorthodox play. Most people are not check calling the turn and then leaning out on the river.
Yeah, definitely. No one would expect for Rye guy to show up with ace queen there.
Yeah, I love the creativity.
Heads up.
Peter going for the squeeze here.
And Rye guy calls with his pair. They're both very deep. And nice flop there for Peter.
These guys have been at it
3,000.
all day.
Bet and a quick fold. So nice little hand there for Peter.
It's like the
Yeah, he's starting to
don't
win
mind
some
it.
back. I think last time our graphics showed up, he was the biggest loser of the day, being down 20K. But now he's I think he's made back about 5K of that back.
I don't like having so many.
So a quarter of the way back to even. And really, even just one hand away from being up very easily.
Oh, here, yeah.
I mean, yep, that's why you buy back in for 30K, right?
Yeah,
You
sure.
watch,
Get it all
$1
back
million
in one
cash
hand.
games, Guys are
Exactly.
buying in for like 20 chips. They're like 100K in front of them. It's like a stack like this. It's like I like Andy. Got like a tower. Tower.
It'd be harder to do with the black chips.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Can't do that with the black chips.
Those ones, yeah, super hard. Right?
Yeah.
Heads up. Check.
Not much here for either player. Peter is open-ended, but there are 3 clubs. Gonna bet it and take it
I'm
down.
not sure exactly when we're supposed to get the new ones, but we should get new ones. They've already told us we would. I
think they said September, but don't quote me.
3, 4, 5 years.
We said September, not which year, okay? Raise 350. Heads up.
350 from Peter.
Copy that.
So you're just
Don't
gonna
know
go
what
to
he
the next
has.
for the
If
main
he
event,
bets,
or
Yeah,
just-
just
probably
the
get
main
through
event.
Ryan.
That's it.
That's it.
Nothing much here on the flop.
I'm gonna let him switch like normal, and then I'll swap it all out for him while he's dealing. Just so it's not confusing.
You play cash game in Vegas when you go sometime?
I used to, but I haven't in years. Yeah, I haven't in maybe like 3 years. Have you ever played there?
Yeah. Like I
Bellagio
really like
or
the.
something?
I don't like Bellagio.
Yeah, nobody likes Bellagio.
I don't like the room. I don't like the room.
Yeah.
Um,
I like
Wynn.
Aria.
I like
think-
Wynn.
I like Aria. The Wynn is good too. Yeah.
I like this is my favorite room, and then Aria.
Yeah.
Resorts World Room is very nice too, but they don't have enough players in that game.
Yeah, Bellagio is just the only thing good about it is that it has
It's
the
an
most
institution.
games.
Yeah, everybody can't.
Everybody goes there. So.
Institution.
Commerce of Vegas.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, kind of. Nicer than Commander.
Yeah.
300 from Right Guy gets called 3 spots. And 7s are still best for John. John's gonna bet it. This is mostly a protection type of bet. You'll get called by clubs. A 6 or a 3 sometimes. Or even ace high. Look at this. Ryan guy takes one off with ace jack. Turn is a 3. Bet in a quick fold. John trying to get called by hands like clubs, 4-5 or a 6. Protection from clubs or ace high.
3. Heads up.
And John gonna put in the light 3 bet here. 6-7 of diamonds. Peter defends, and if you defend with ace 9 off, this is
13.
a pretty good flop for you. Deuce 9 4 rainbow. But John is just gonna let it just pretty much wave the white flag immediately on the flop. That was interesting. John did not even go for the C bet there.
Take it. $300. Three players.
300 3 ways. PP the pre-flop razor. Flops? A gut shot. Ace high is best for Rye Guy. king on the turn. PP might represent this king if checked to. And there it is, and a hefty bet too, 1,000. Quick folds. So nice little hand there for PP.
Double straddle, 200.
Wait.
3, 500. Fold, call. 3 player.
500 from PP out of the cutoff. Pretty big pre-flop raise. We don't know what he has. And Peter called pre-flop queen 6 off. Ryan in there with 2 9s.
Oh, open fold. Heads up.
Ryan check called, and now a pretty ugly turn card for him. Ace of diamonds. We saw PP bet
11.
a king on the turn last hand when he did not have the king. Is he trying to represent the ace this time, or does he actually have it? Well, bet and he gets through. We don't know what he had. PP on a little mini rush here.
Heads up. Check.
And look at this. It went check check on the flop. Ludo playing pot control. And Peter turns 2 pair, king 8.
1,000.
And what an interesting line here. Ludo checking back top pair, weak like medium kicker, checks it back, gets led into and now is raising. You don't see this line very often.
Yeah, you're kind of representing specifically a slow play, which is, I mean, what he has, or pocket ace exactly.
And look at this. Peter re-raises back. And Ludo calls. Unbelievable.
Yeah, this is definitely developed into a pretty tricky hand. What a river. Now, Ludo makes the best hand as Peter's 2 pairs counterfeited. They both have kings, queens, and now Ludo has a 10 kicker.
A brutal card for Peter, getting counterfeited on the river.
Check.
He goes check check on the river. And look at that. Peter can't believe it.
Yeah. Wow. What an interesting hand. It all started with Ludo playing a little tricky on the flop, and then tricky again on the turn, to be honest.
I was very confused. I confused myself.
He says he confused himself. Fair enough. We all do that sometimes.
And the straddle?
Yeah, I pulled 100.
No. Oh, did I pull yours in?
Yeah.
Is that what happened? Oh, then yeah, you do over. 50 more. Yeah, that's what I did. I did it backwards. There it goes. 300.
On the heels of that last hand. Now Ludo with ace king. John's going to put in the 3-bet to 1100. Ludo just a call. I think he could easily 4-bet
LA
here with
versus
ace
San
king.
Diego.
Yes.
4, 6,
Check.
7. Wow, and John's going to check back his overpair. That lets Ludo hit a king. And if you're Ludo, you've got to think your king is gold here. Check, check again on the turn. River Jack. $1,500 now from Ludo. That king and the jack are pretty ugly cards for 2 10s. In a 3-bet pot. You still beat hands like ace queen and ace 10, but John's gonna let it go.
Good pull by John.
Bump up.
Oh yeah.
Check.
This is one of the bomb pot, it looks like.
Yeah, looks like
LA
it.
versus LA. I should say Paris versus LA. Paris versus LA. Check.
Looks like Ryan took a stab at it with a 5 high and Ludo call with bottom pair.
I have a 7. That's it.
7 is good.
7 deuce.
Hey, nice.
Bounty, 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 guys.
7 deuce.
119 total.
190.
Reverse bounty.
119.
119.
Take it.
Once again, these guys are fighting for the bomb pot. This one not so hard, just a very small bet by Ryan. Trying to steal it on the flop and then give up, but still fighting for it.
Risk.
300. 1,000.
Ryan putting the light 3-bet here. 9-10 suited. John defends ace-3 of hearts. And interesting flop here. Middle pair for Ryan. Hearts for John.
Yeah, you can see the equities are super close. John also has an overcard to go with his flush draw.
And these two players are deep.
4,000.
John's going to put in the raise right now. Tough spot for Ryan. If John is ahead right now, Ryan's in really bad shape. And then he's not too far up ahead of hands like the one that John has. Maybe a hand like King Queen or Ace High Hearts. Yep, Ryan's just going to let it go.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense given what you said. Nice raise by John. I mean, if Ryan calls here, he has to play. He basically has to play with a bluff catcher on the turn and the river. I mean, if he calls here, he's hoping it goes check, check, turn, check, check, river, and then also hopes he's somehow good after that. So he just lets it go on the flop, even though, you know, he's fully aware John could be doing this with a hand like a flush draw, but he's, like you said, he's either a little bit ahead or way behind. And John, I like the semi bluff from John is kind of in the reverse position, where it's like no matter what you're up against, even if you're behind, you got some pretty good equity.
Is that the same board?
Close.
Check.
Jack.
No, the other jack of her. Right?
550.
I'm in.
You got it.
Thank you.
Take it.
Perfect. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
Remember, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, leave a like. Leave a like and subscribe. Click the bell so that you know when we go live. Every little bit helps.
36. Unless you leave the room or tell me otherwise, it's automatic.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
For
got
sure.
it. 300. 15.
Ludo with ace king here, facing a 3-bet from Ryan with the 8-7 suited. Could go for a 4-bet here or just a call. I kind of suspect he's going to go for a 4-bet. Let's see.
We saw earlier he got 3-bet with ace king and just called. This time looks like he's going to go for the 4-bet
4100.
and a quick fold.
Button.
What's up, Alex Lee? See you there in the chat.
$300. 11. Button.
One bite, one hand. One bite, one hand.
One hand. Yeah. I eat.
It's an efficient way to eat.
Luckily, I eat pretty fast, so
It's the hack, no eating at the
it
table.
doesn't take me that long. Yeah.
What do you get?
I just got salmon and rice and vegetables like that.
You look like a healthy guy.
I try, but sometimes I splurge and get ice cream and In-N-Out.
In-N-Out is healthy.
In-N-Out, yeah. And they cook it in front of you, you know? It's not as bad as like McDonald's where it comes out of a tube or something.
It's fresh, so to say.
Right guy raising up with a suited 1-gapper. John with a 3-bet with a queen 8 of clubs.
And Peter's going to put in the cold 4-bet with pocket 2s. It's going to work.
1135.
Wow, you don't see that play every day.
Yeah, he made it earlier with the pocket 4s, and I think it didn't work out for him because I think Ludo jammed with ace queen in that hand, and he had to fold. Well, he did fold, even though he was getting a really good price. But here it did work out against John. John was trying to steal it with a lights 3-bet, and you know this happens a lot in no limit hold'em, where it's like no player has a really premium hand, and just whoever puts in that last aggressive action wins the pot. And this time, it was Peter.
And we've seen the pre-flop action increase as far as 3-betting goes.
Yeah, I think people are realizing that like a lot of these, I mean, especially Rye Guy and Peter are willing to put in raises like really late. Their opening raises really late, and then as a result of that, other players are willing to 3-bet them late, and now as a result of that, players are willing to put in some light 4-bets too.
Yep. John's going to bet top pair here. Ludo considering a call with the 7 of hearts. He's going to let it go.
Sorry.
Hard 6 foot.
You got a shuttle. You had time for 2 bites.
I know.
300.
Kieran Maru says Peter is a pro. Well, he may not be a pro, but he has some pro moves, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, anyone playing this level of poker is gonna be... They're gonna be pretty savvy.
And what a cooler. We were just talking about how the pre-flop aggression has gone a little off the rails. Now kings over queens. How do these players not get all their money in? We saw earlier Ludo get a little unlucky with 9-10 top 2 versus a straight, and here he is now getting really unlucky. Queens up against kings. And PP with his stack size could shove here.
All in.
Yeah, looks like that way he does go for it.
All in. And I don't see Ludo folding
middle.
queens here.
Put a 28 in the middle, please.
The way the game has been playing.
Yeah, definitely, especially getting such a good price. I mean, if your opponent is willing to do this with ace-king, then, I mean, against a range of like ace-king, kings and aces, even something as tight as that, your price is pretty close. But then, you know, like with the way the game is playing, I definitely think PP could be wider potentially. I mean, if you throw like jacks in there, then it's like
This is 1,000. I just need.
86, 125.
it's a
Sorry?
no-brainer.
86, 125.
Let's see if Ludo can get away from it.
86,
PP has been the
125.
tightest player at the table, although
right?
that's not saying much here. It's six-handed. No player has been like super tight or anything.
Seven.
The stack size, yeah, I just don't see how you could fold. The stack sizes are such that PP's might do this
They're going to go twice.
with like jacks,
You wanna show?
tens, ace king.
Ah, shit.
Hands like those.
Yeah.
It's just so difficult to fold queens here.
All right, Ludo's looking for a queen. Oh, and he's dead on the turn. Looks like they're gonna do 2 boards. Ludo does not get there. Nice double for PP, $22,000 pot.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Yeah, what a hand, what a cooler.
5, 86, 87, 25.
But give credit to Ludo. He's stayed in some pretty good spirits, so you know he's been around the block before.
Yeah, definitely. He's maintained his composure despite getting stacked a couple times now.
I see someone in the YouTube chat asking if Peter or PP is Japanese. I'm not sure.
87.25. You said right?
By the way, that guy in the YouTube chat asked
said
it in
87.25?
Japanese, so I'm kind of impressed that you can
No,
read that.
that's Mandarin, I believe.
Oh, it's Mandarin? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, how embarrassing. I am Chinese. I didn't know that. And Jeremy's white, and he can read better than me.
No, 7, 8, 17. There's 175, right?
You say 87.25, right?
87.25.
So
yeah.
I should get to 275.
2,000.
Yeah.
Can I post here?
Yeah, you buy the straddle, so you just put 200. 100 dip. Cool. Yeah.
I think the chatters are saying he is Chinese. Hey, we got Wayne in the chat. What's up, Wayne?
Oh, hello, Wayne. Wait, are you guys in chat? Do you guys know PP, or can you just tell? Because I can never tell. People are always asking me if you can tell if someone's Chinese or Japanese, and I think people who like grew up in an area as diverse as LA might be like more in tune with that. But
Is this bomb pot or no?
I grew up in Arkansas. There were so few Asians there that yeah, I not learn to tell the difference. We know him? Oh, okay, nice. Got some PP fans out in the chat. Probably pretty happy to see that pot that goes down, that just went down.
Oh yeah, if you guys are friends of PP, then man, you should be dancing in the streets after that hand. He just doubled up. He's got a couple of friends in there too.
Yeah.
Eric Hicks in the chat. What's up, Eric?
Alright, guys, that's good. Trial. Raised to 300. Four players.
Check.
Check round.
300 from Ryan pre-flop. Checks it back for pot control on the flop. A little something for everyone here, though. Rye guy with a pair, open-ended. Ludo with a pair and a gut shot. Queen Jack is still the best hand right now.
Yeah, Ludo taking the betting lead after the flop checks around.
Raise. 1800.
And Rye guy is going to turn his pair into a bluff. Well, a bit of a semi-bluff here. He's got a pair on open-ended. Gets rid of the best hand. Queen Jack. Now it's back onto Ludo.
Yeah, definitely mixing it up a bit and taking aggressive action. Where
10 seconds.
I think a call could be reasonable with kind of a medium strength hand with showdown value. You want to see a river. But hey, I mean, he got Ryan to fold a queen. Ludo's thinking about folding a better hand as well, so. Again, like Rye guy, I've just seen like several times now such creative plays. I really like this a lot.
Yeah, the thing is, this middling board kind of hits Rye guy's flat calling out of the blind range. The 6, 7, 9, 2 diamonds. He can have 2 pairs, straights, a lot of the strong hands.
Yeah, he could definitely have like 8, 10 here, for example. Would be reasonable for that hand to play it the way he did. And he gets Ludo and Ryan off a better hand. Wow.
Turn card.
Nice play.
Yeah.
Sal in the YouTube chat says, what poker experience do you need to play in a table like this live? Well, just to play at the table, you just need money. But if you want to play and do well, you're going to need a lot of poker experience. These guys are all very clearly very experienced poker players. Yeah, every single time you can make a decision, that's an opportunity to get an advantage over your competition. I mean, all of us in here, we're poker fans, so we know it's not all luck, but yeah.
Nice flop for Rye guy out of the small blind. Gut shot straight flush draw. Ryan's ace high is best right now.
Also has a open, can hit a 7-4 straight or a jack for a straight. The double belly buster.
Ludo's going to take the stab at it. 500.
Heads up.
And, well, there's the diamond for Rye guy. Also brings 2 one-liners to a straight. If you're a Rye guy, yeah, you're going to bet up because Ludo is going to check back so many different hands on a scary board like this.
Oh yeah, definitely. If Ludo was betting the turn for value with a hand like King Queen, very likely to check back the river. So by betting, taking the betting lead here, Rye guy puts Ludo in a tough spot if he has a hand like that,
Shit.
as opposed to giving him an easy check back.
This time. Next
Of course,
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and of course we can see Ludo didn't have anything. He was just trying to steal it on the turn. So
Right guy's showing the diamonds as well. Kind of saying like, see, I had it, even though last time he did not have it.
yeah.
Straddle. Raise to 300.
I'd also like to say, in a couple earlier hands, I think I mentioned Right Guy made an unorthodox play by check calling the turn and leading the river. This situation is very different because the board changes a lot on the river to where it favors the person on the turn who check called potentially with a draw.
Raise 3500.
As opposed to a board where the river doesn't change, then it's very unorthodox to check call the turn and lead the river. Because then in that case you're just kind of representing, oh, why didn't you just check raise the turn to begin with? But here we got a 4-bet pot. Peter picking up queens, Ryan with ace king. Wow, both really big hands. And these guys are real deep.
Yeah, and we've seen Peter 4-bet a couple times with hands way worse than queens. He did it with deuces and he did it with fours. This time he has queens. So what is Ryan going to do here with ace king of clubs?
Yeah, it's a tricky spot with how deep they are. I mean, if you 5-bet, the pot's going to be massive. You're very deep.
I don't think he's going to 5-bet.
Yeah.
Raise
Oh,
1,000.
I am wrong. Look at that. 6,000.
I thought he might. Ryan's definitely not one to shy away from big pots.
Now it's back on to Peter. What do you do with queens here if you're Peter? You're still very deep. I don't think Peter's going to fold.
No, I don't think he's going to fold queens either. But if he calls, I mean, then the pot's going to be 12,000. Ryan's only going to have like 19,000 behind. It's going to be pretty tough to play post flop if you're thinking, hey, it's a 5-bet deep. I think he might have kings or aces.
Heads up.
All right. Peter with the best hand. Ryan does have a gut shot. He needs a queen, which half of them are out of the deck in Peter's hand. Of course, he could hit either of his overcards as well. Any ace or king, so 3 aces, 3 kings, 2 queens. 8 potential cards for Ryan to improve.
And Ryan went all in. Overbet all in.
Wow.
I don't know. I don't think Peter's going to fold. He's stuck, and this isn't. He has the overpair. This is an opportunity to get all back plus some.
Oh, man. This is insane. I mean, he's calling pre-flop with queens. Can you really ask for a board much better than this? Of course, like, Ryan could have jacks or tens, but I mean, is he really 5-betting jacks or tens this deep? And then just overbet jamming with a set? I don't think so. So, I mean, Peter's mostly worried about kings or aces here, I think, right? And then, I mean, if he's calling pre-flop, then we'll see. I mean, facing this overbet is really scary. What do you think he's going to do?
I think he's going to call.
Yeah, I think so too. What do you guys in the chat think? 1 of you think he's going to call. 2 of you think he's going to fold.
And there is, and Ryan does not like that.
Yeah.
He's gonna need an ace, king, or queen, and 2 of the queens are done.
I mean, hey, it's still 8 outs, not bad. He does have the backdoor flush draw, which is
I'm not going to show
you can
first.
kind
You
of
just wanna
continue
go
it.
one time, then?
You can kind of consider it as 1 additional out. Mathematically, it comes out to about that much.
So we can do turn river. And then turn river.
Biggest pot of the show, 51,000.
Here we go.
Here we go.
No help for Ryan on that one.
That one's for Peter. And this is exactly what Peter wanted.
Oh, they just ran once. Wow, huge pot for Peter, 50,000. He went from being the biggest loser on the show to, I don't know exactly what, but I'm pretty sure he's not losing anymore after this one.
Nice playing with you guys.
All right,
Nice playing with you.
Wow, what a hand.
All the play.
Peter had a really rough start of the show. Got involved in a lot of hands, had to fold a lot of hands, kind of made a frustrating call to get stacked for his first buy-in, then rebought for 30K, looking to get it back. And just like that, with the biggest pot of the show, makes it all back plus some.
Yeah, 25.
Brian's added 25. Yeah. Little kicker. Yeah. 25,000.
No. I'm the strata. Yeah.
And looks like that's it for Ludo.
Yeah, Ludo, I think, got stacked twice.
250.
Based on his, based on what I've seen, I don't know if that was a factor in his decision to get up and go. Maybe he just has somewhere to go, but
250 from Peter.
looks like we're down to 5-handed now.
Re-raise 800.
And this is the second time we've seen PP with aces.
Not yet. 800. Yeah. Who? Oh. Okay. Heads up.
Well, 4-5 queen, nothing there for Peter. This could just go bet fold.
Check it out. $900.
Peter leading out. Wow, look at this.
Ace is cracked.
One liner to a straight, and Peter has it.
2,000.
Another
2,000.
Another tough decision facing a big bet. I mean, this is a really tough spot for Fifi, especially given how aggressive Peter's been. But at the same time, Fifi knows Peter's pretty wide and could have these cards. I mean, I don't think he's going to find a fold here with aces, but let's see.
The thing is, I'm pretty sure PP checked back the flop. And now he might feel compelled to call because he's played his hand in a pot control way.
Yeah. You know, like, he might be thinking, it looks like I have, like, ace-king, so Peter might be trying to get me off of that.
But, wow, nice fold there by PP. I think what he's thinking is, we've seen Peter take stabs every now and then, but usually he'll give up after one barrel. He'll kind of check and be like, oh, you got me. But this time, even on the Scary River, he went for it.
Yeah, really, really good fold with aces. I can definitely think of a lot of people who would not have discipline to lay that one down, so great fold by PP.
Straddle. Raise to 300.
Saul says, the other guy must be boiling inside. I think he's talking about the Ryan versus Peter hand. And I'm not sure what Ryan is thinking now, but what he might be thinking is he got kind of unlucky that Peter woke up with two queens there, because I'm guessing he put in the 5-bet because he noticed how often Peter had been 4-betting. And he's thinking, well, if Peter is 4-betting so light, maybe the 5-bet is in order for ace king of clubs here, but this time Peter just happened to have queens.
400.
Yeah, I mean, I think no one is going to be too happy after they lose. Effectively, like if you think of the straddle as like the big blind, a 250 big blind pot, kind of like really deep pot, you know. But I mean, like I've said earlier in the show, I know Ryan's been playing poker for a long time. He's got a good mentality. So, I mean, it is a huge pot, but I mean, I expect Ryan to, shake it off and just keep on playing. What else can you do?
BB putting in a 3-bet here with Queen Jack out of the small blind, hits the top pair. Also, not a very bad flop for 8s. I think BB has been playing really well.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, he's been recognizing like when the other players are like kind of giving him respect and taking advantage of that. And I mean, he's been running well too. A lot of these lighter 3-bets, he's been hitting boards, but he's definitely been navigating them correctly. And I mean, we just saw that big fold with aces.
BB kind of going into check call mode here. 6 on the turn. Peter open-ended now. And Peter should ask himself, what did BB check call the flop with? He's the pre-flop 3-better. Did he check call me with ace high or a hand like the hand he has? A medium jack or a hand like pocket 10s or pocket 9s, something like that.
Peter putting the pressure on. Quick call from PP. All right.
Well, river is a 10, and Peter should know now that his 8s are probably no good. Does he want to barrel again? Nope, he's going to check it back.
Yeah, I mean, the hand we saw PP fold aces. Obviously, Peter doesn't know what PP folded, but, you know, these guys do both know that's like, hey, this guy just check called me on the turn and then check fold to me on the river. Maybe he's not going to want to do it again, so. Give up by Peter. Nice pot to PP. Is pretty big, I think $10,000 pot. 3-bet pre-flop, a pretty sizable bet flop turn, so. I think the turn bet was like 3,000 into about 3,000.
Okay, I'm gonna check. Friendly.
Okay.
If I don't get a C, neither do they.
Check.
Check. 300.
It's hard to play against that. I don't like it. See? Fucking, I'm stealing that move.
I will check again.
Playing the bottom pot here, Rye Guy checked in the dark. Peter went for a little bit of a steal. Now turns a royal drop. Kind of interesting. Rye Guy check called the flop with bottom pair. Bottom pot was only 4 players involved because I think John is walking. Not sure if he got dealt a hand.
Looks like, yeah, Peter, well, overbet the turn. And Rye Guy's going to let go of the 3.
Yeah, nice bluff from Peter. Not much Rye Guy can do there, facing the aggression. I think it's. I mean, he did have the best hand, but again, if he's ahead, Peter did have a lot of outs, and then he's pretty worried about a lot of stuff. I mean, even if a queen comes on the river, his hand is completely counterfeit. For example.
300.
Yeah, they need to add the KO thing.
Yeah.
It feels a little empty. It's a little anticlimactic.
I think the time ticking thing.
Well,
you like that one?
PP
I think
opened
heard that,
out of the
right?
cutoff.
Yeah,
Peter
I think
called
that's gonna
ace,
annoy someone.
deuce for all clubs. Both
Yeah,
players with a player, neither
It's like,
Like
a
with a
someone's gonna
club.
100K
It doesn't
decision.
bother-
like all
it doesn't
you
bother
guys, like,
me.
a
Bet
watch.
and a
Yeah.
call.
I just
I'm
don't
cool with it, but like I know.
I don't care about it, but I just know poker players, and someone's gonna complain about that.
Ace 9 is still good.
I find the ticking. It's all, I know. It's all suspenseful and stuff. You can't even hear yourself think.
I like that. I feel like I want them to make it as uncomfortable as possible to
Yeah.
play.
I mean, that's pretty close.
How about
Check two
jacking up the
again.
heat? Kind of like a hot yoga studio.
Yeah.
Hot poker.
When you hit time bank, they just increase the temperature of the room like 30
He may
degrees.
feel his hand is
So you
best.
should do when someone's all in,
but
crank it to
also
like
hard
40
to get
degrees right away.
called by
I guess
worse.
That's cold for you guys, but
That's 1,000.
It's insane. People in LA are very sensitive.
Yeah, I think even if it's hard to
A
get
little
called by
bit
worse.
cold.
Oh, he does get a
70 degrees.
call from
pretty
Peter.
chilly in here though too.
Nice valley, but
People also
but
wear
even if it is
sweatshirts
hard to get
here
called
in,
by
like,
worse, I
extremely
think
hot
it does make
temperatures.
sense
I
to
don't
go
know
for
if
a
they're
valley
doing it
bet
to
here.
cover
It's
themselves
really
from
hard
the
to be
sun,
beaten
but like, I'm wearing
unless
as
your
low as
opponent
possible, and people
is
being like,
a
"Oh,
slow
it's
playing a
90
2.
degrees and sunny." Yeah,
Yeah.
try to cover
Yeah.
themselves.
You're not expecting them to have ace queen or ace king, so or ace 4.
Saul says the thought of winning a big pot is nice, but the thought of also losing it all is terrifying. And yeah, that's
That's poker.
yeah, that's poker, right?
Yeah.
Whatever you buy in for, be prepared to lose.
That is a great piece of advice. If you lose a big pot and you feel terribly afterwards, then maybe take that as a lesson learned that maybe next time you should not buy in for that much.
Check, check. 350. Raise 1,600. Thank you, Peter. Straddle.
We got 250 in the YouTube chat, 600 in the Twitch chat. This is Bally's Presents Live at the Bike. We're playing 25.50 with a $50 dead ante from that the big blind puts in.
Raise.
And I think the players have agreed to a $100 straddle on top of that. To kick up the game a bit, I'm Don Dean, ASA in the poker community, AESAH. Sorry, I misspelled it. AESAH. Commentating with Garlic Pepper, Jeremy. If you're enjoying the show and you want to support the show for free, you can like and subscribe. We appreciate it very much here. Jamie Gilligan in the chat says, if you're terrified of losing, you shouldn't be playing at these stakes. I think that's a reasonable advice, but I think that's also part of the thrill of poker, right? Because if you're terrified of losing, then
300.
if you fall down in stakes, then you might not be excited of winning either. So, I mean, everyone's looking for different things, but if you're looking for the thrill of poker, there's probably has to be a little bit of fear to also get those highs.
Ryan with diamonds here. Nothing here for Peter. I'm just going to go bet and fold.
Do you actually manage to finish a reel like that? It's impressive.
Yeah, I do actually do it every time. No.
Oh.
Used to it.
Straddle. Raise to 600. Three raise, 2,000.
Graphics missed on this one, but it looked like a steal from John with a Jack 2 suited, and a 3-bet from Peter with a King 10 suited.
I think John bet the flop and then Peter raised.
Oh, on the flop? Okay.
PB with aces again.
Do they even allow anyone else at this table to have aces, or only this guy?
Holy moly, that's 3 times now. No action this time.
Doesn't get anything, but hey, it's better than losing. Last time PP did have aces. It was cracked, but he got away from a river bet with a really good fold. I feel like for me, one of the most frustrating things in poker is getting aces and just everyone folds pre-flop.
Yeah, especially when the game is playing wild. I mean, if it's a tight game, then it hurts, but it's not that bad. But when you see people just shoving like crazy, and then when you finally get aces, everyone folds. It's like, what?
Yeah, it's kind of like your expectation is, oh, maybe I'm finally gonna win some money. And then, but it could be worse. Gary Rivero asked what percentage of your bankroll should your average buy-in be?
Like, can you sit like this with G's on?
Let me get back to this after we got a 3-bet pot. Peter 3-betting the ace-jack offsuit against Rye Guy's pocket ace. Good flop for Rye Guy. He's got an overpair. Probably not expecting Peter to have too many of those low cards, even though Peter has been pretty active. Peter will put out the continuation bet. Wow, another one-liner to a straight board. Rye Guy does pick up a gutter.
Pretty bad turn card to keep barreling if you're Peter. You yourself are almost never going to show up with a 7 or a deuce here. It would be unlikely for Rye Guy to have it also, but not as unlikely since he just called pre-flop.
Yeah, I think Rye Guy has been raising quite a lot of low cards from the cutoff, and then having position, if he's got like a suited connector, even on the lower end, he's probably going to defend against a 3-bet. Whereas Peter, we have seen him 3-bet some low cards, but generally he's probably not that likely to have it.
Unbelievable.
Wow, he check raised.
Unbelievable. Peter check raises the turn to 6,000. And what are you repping, Peter? You 3-bet pre-flop. This is what Rye Guy is thinking. He's like, did I just run into like pocket 7s or ace-7 suited? What does Peter have here?
10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I really like this play from Peter. It's even though he's not reffing much, he has been playing loose all day long. So like,
and Rye Guy does not buy it. He calls.
Wow. One reason I really like it from Peter is just the absolute fearlessness. That was like, if I was in Peter's spot, I would just be afraid of running into Rye Guy having 7s. You know, just it's so easy for Rye Guy to have the nuts. Just 1 7 is all it takes. Well, not the nuts, but close enough. But Peter is not afraid at all. Puts in a massive check raise. Now with ace high on the river, let's see if he wants to follow through.
Usually in these spots, yeah, we've seen Peter give up. He'll take the one nice stab, and then when he gets called, he'll shut it down. And if you're a Rye Guy, I think you're just going to check it back here.
I think giving up does make sense from Peter's perspective. Rye Guy could easily have a 7, which has a decent part of his turn calling range, and then Peter is just, I mean, you can't get him off a 7, so.
Could Rye Guy be thinking maybe Peter check raise with a bigger pair? And should I turn my 8s into a bluff? But no, Peter just with ace high.
What a call from Rye Guy, and what a check raise from Peter.
Nice call.
That was a crazy hand.
The balls on these guys, man. $18,000 pot going over for Rye Guy. Great call on the turn. Going back to the question before that hand, what percentage of your bankroll should you buy in for? I think it depends a lot on a few things. I mean, it depends on, do you have living expenses outside of your bankroll saved up? Are you able to replenish your bankroll through other income streams? Are you willing to accept like a 10% chance of losing your bankroll, or is like you're depending on it, so you're not willing to accept like a 10% chance of losing your bankroll? I mean, 10% is pretty high, I would say. So that would be pretty aggressive bankroll management. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't really have a clear answer either. Different players will say different things.
I'm gonna let you have this one.
You can be conservative and be like 1% or lower. I would say the absolute cap should be, I think 10% would be too high. So somewhere in there, depending on your other situation, your living situation, how volatile the game is. Like, is it a super soft game? Is it a tough game? Is it like a one-time thing? Maybe you usually play smaller and you're taking a shot. So yeah, somewhere in there. I don't really have an absolute answer.
Yeah, I agree. I think a better way to approach it is if you're approaching poker from this perspective, where it's like you're trying to build a bankroll, you're trying to be a winning player. I would look at it from the other perspective, where it's like find a game that you can beat, start as low as possible, and then work your way up.
Oh yeah, I like that. John here with the 4 of hearts.
Flush.
Yeah. I'm gonna look Rye Guy up. Rye Guy going for some thin value here with King 8.
Yeah, a little, really small bet on the river. Kind of a mixture of thin value and also a block bet because, you know, like if he checks, he's gonna expect John to bet even a flush as low as the 4 of hearts, and he's thinking with 2 pair here, top and middle pair. Maybe he wants to see a showdown anyway, so he kind of like sets his own price with a small bet. Definitely could potentially get thin value from like smaller 2 pairs or maybe just a king.
Raise to 300. Re-raise 1300.
These 2 guys are at it again.
Re-raise 3500.
Wow. Peter not having it. Puts in the 4-bet with ace-9 of diamonds.
Yeah.
And if you're a Rye Guy, I think you just fold here with ace-3 of clubs out of position, facing a 4-bet. But he might call.
Yeah, I mean, they are really deep, and he's been willing to mix it up, but this is a pretty weak hand, and the position, like you said, is a very big factor. Being out of position so deep, easily could have your ace dominated, and in fact he does, even though ace-9 suited is a little bit of light 3-bet. Just gives it up. Also keep in mind the last time Peter 4-bet, it did get shown down and he had queens, so.
Yeah.
Even though Peter's been really active, you see this a lot where a certain player might be very active, but when they're putting in a 4-bet, they're pretty serious. That being said, Peter's not one of those players, as we've seen him 4-bet 2s and 4s today.
Raise 350.
Yeah, he has 4-bet a lot. And I'm sure the other players are picking up on that. And I think that's part of the reason why Ryan put in the 5-bet with ace-king of clubs earlier.
Yeah.
Like, if Ryan knew Peter had queens, I don't think he's trying to get Peter to fold queens at any point in the hand.
Again, from talking to Ryan, it's been a while, but I think Ryan does like follow a pretty fundamentally sound poker style, and you're gonna want to have 4-bet at least some, maybe not every time with ace-king suited there, or 5-bet, because otherwise, I mean, you're not gonna want to 5-bet only aces, and ace-king suited is pretty much gonna be like one of the next best candidates.
And here we go. Peter putting the 3-bet. This time with 7s. Rye gonna let it go. Ace-5.
Getting through again. It's kind of interesting. Sometimes, like when someone 3-bets or 4-bets you twice in a row, you think like, surely they wouldn't try to bluff me twice in a row. So sometimes you can get even more respect. It just depends on who you're playing against. People have different mentalities, like seeing stuff like that.
I mean, that's what I think. When somebody 3-bets me back to back, I just think, oh wow,
Yeah.
they got really lucky and they got 2 good hands in a row or something.
Oh yeah. I remember the first time that I personally ever played on Live the Bike. It was I want to say 2013. The first time I ever played Live on the Bike, I got 3-bet 4 times very early, and I had that feeling that people were picking on me, but they just had kings, kings, queens, queens.
Wow.
Right guy top 2 here, but nothing for PP to pay him off with.
Raise to 400. Three raise. 1800. Heads up. $1,300. Check.
Peter with top pair here. John turning a 10.
I think John 3-bet this one pre-flop.
2,400.
$2,400 into about a $6,000 pot. I don't think you can fold Ace-10 here just yet. Especially up against Peter, who has been involved in just about every hand. River is a 4.
Complete brick on a really drawy turn with 2 possible flush draws. Jack and Queen would bring a 1-liner to a straight. You love to see that as Peter.
3,800.
Gonna go for some value. Pretty small bet. I like the sizing.
Oh.
It's getting value from John. With how quickly John called, it looks like maybe he could have gone bigger with like his aggressive image. But I mean, with King Queen, I mean he's looking to get called by a 10. I feel like if you go too big, it's you might not get called. But yeah, nice $20,000 pot going over to Peter.
What we've seen from Peter is usually if he goes for a bluff, it'll be 1 street, and then he tends to give up.
Everybody, thank you very much.
We've seen a lot of bluffs from Peter for sure, but
Yeah.
we've seen some triple barrel. I think we've seen a couple triple barrel bluffs. One at the start of the show with a 6-high. 6-5 offsuit.
Oh, you know what? You're right.
So we see Peter pulling away with the VPIP now. Rye guy calming down a little bit. Everything else still about the same. Now we see Peter finally in the green after being the biggest loser last time. Ryan being the biggest loser now from that big hand against Peter with the ace king versus queens. And then Rye guy, the biggest winner. PP up a lot as well. John, pretty close to even. I mean, $3,000. It's definitely a lot of money, but in a game like this, it's kind of like 30 big blinds. Kind of, you can think of the $100 mandatory straddle as a big blind, effectively.
Now Ryan's turn for the aces. PP's had it 3 times.
Finally decided to let someone else get aces.
Yep. Yeah, 700 from Ryan.
7 total.
Yeah, big raise. These guys are deep. He wants to build a pot.
Uh-oh. 10 high flop for Peter. How expensive will this get for him?
This is opportunity for Ryan to potentially recoup some of his losses to Peter earlier.
1,000 and a call.
There's an overcard for Peter, but he does turn a gutter as well.
28.
2,800.
2,800 now.
28. 28. 2,800. 2,800.
2,800。
Peter calls.
He called.
Well, river is a pretty big brick. And if you're Ryan, you could go for value again, just a matter of how much.
Yeah, I think Ryan's definitely going to go for value here. Based on the dynamic between them. We've seen Peter being the aggressor in most of the hands he's in. We haven't really seen someone else bet 3 times into Peter yet, but I think Ryan's kind of thinking, hey, you know, like, I mean, really against anyone with aces here, I think going for value makes a lot of sense.
6,400. Trying to get called by an 8, 10, or queen, something like that. Maybe queen jack. That took one off with overs and a gut shot. A sticky 10, a sticky 8. Something like that.
Tough decision for Peter. Let's see if he can find the fold.
Peter doesn't let it go. It's a nice fold there by Peter.
Yeah, great fold. Facing a flop, turn, and river barrel from Ryan, he thinks, you know, hey, unless this guy is just bluffing with like a hand like ace king, maybe ace jack, has some overcards and a straight draw on the turn. You know, like, if he's value betting, a 10 is not good here. So, you know, Peter's thinking, hey, this guy's probably value betting, throws away the 10-9. Good fold.
Heads up.
Well, we've seen Peter make a comeback. He's not the only one that can make comebacks.
I'd like to see Ryan win some big ones here.
The thing is, I think the most likely way for him to make a comeback is if he gets involved in a big pot with Peter.
Yeah, that would be the most likely. He'd be winning his own money back.
John putting the 3-bet here. 7-8 of diamonds out of the big blind. Peter calls. Well, open-ended for John. It's a monotone board, though. Nobody has a heart.
Middle pair for Peter.
11.
And John is going into check call mode with his open-ended. Peter is not going to like that turn card. He beats very little hands now. If John was not getting out of line free flop, we can see that he was. Checked again to Peter, and he's going to bet again.
26.
This should be the end of the hand. Yeah, John lets it go.
We're drawing to open-ender on a monotone board. First of all, even if you hit, you might not be good. But then, out of your 8 outs to actually hit a straight, 2 of those bring a 4 to a flush. And we can see that it would have been good here, but you can't be too happy about that. So you're really only looking for 6 cards, and even if you do hit one of those 6 cards, you might not be good.
300.
Ryan putting the 3-bet here. 2 8s. Should get through.
You know, we haven't seen like hardly any sets today.
That's true. I don't think we've seen one.
Someone flopped a top set of 10s against, I think Peter had ace-jack, I think, or something like that.
You're right.
I guess part of the reason we haven't seen sets is because some of the players are choosing to 4-bet hands like pocket 4s or pocket 2s and not see a flop with them.
That's true. People have been playing their pairs pretty aggressively.
Yeah, I mean, not just Peter, a lot of other players have been 3-betting as well with middle pocket pairs that we've seen a lot of other lineups people would just call with.
Bump up? Yeah. You want your bump putt? Out, you said? Oh, okay.
Two possible flush draws and then the 10-9-8 out there. Both of these players having the opposite red flush draw.
14, 17,
Yeah,
Rye guy having a straight draw to go with it, and Peter having 2 overcards.
Peter bet small on the flop. Rye guy raised, and Peter called. So, with that turn diamond, I don't think Peter's folding now.
Yeah.
Let's see if Rye guy can pull the trigger on a brick river.
Half the rivers, all the black cards being a brick. Well, most of the black cards, and then the red cards, someone's going to make a flush.
And excuse me, Peter did not call the turn. He raised.
Oh, wow.
What
You can never
a
count
hand.
that one out as with Peter in the hand. I was not thinking of that option, but I should have been thinking about it. I love the creative play from both these players.
Peter repping a hand like
Wanna hear some
9, 10, 6, 7.
I was like, wow, right guy calls. Huge pot going into the river. And these guys have a lot of money left behind. And it is a brick. If it goes check, check, Peter will win with his ace high.
There should be
I mean, this would be unbelievable if a check raise of 7,000 got called on the turn and ace high wins at showdown.
Coming off the screen.
Looks like Peter's thinking about firing a river barrel.
13,000.
A bet, and of course, Ragai gonna fold. And Peter is happy.
Yeah. Takes down the $15,000 pot with ace high. I mean, he had the best hand, I guess. Wow. These guys are definitely here to put in some aggressive poker. Not just trying to get to the showdown as cheap as possible and hit their hands.
Ryan, you're 100?
Blitz32 in the Twitch chat says, Peter is the man.
1,300.
I mean, after that hand, picking up a $15,000 pot, about like $8,000 winnings on his end, since at any time, of course, you win a X amount pot, half of it is your money. Or about half of it, depending on whether it's multi-way.
He's definitely bringing a lot of action to the game.
Yeah, really. I mean, we see every time the VPIPs come up, he's always at the top, not afraid to get in there, and he is, I mean, it's not like he's limp calling. He is putting in the money, he's putting in the 4 bets, putting in the check raises.
Great. 350.
So 350 from Peter, Ryan call. 350 from Peter, Ryan call. Heads up.
Got a mystery hand for Peter. Pretty big flop bet. About 2/3. Ryan with just king high, nothing else, gives it up.
Jamie says, Peter is putting on a clinic just like he did in that game with Masato and Mariano where he won 50K. I'll have to check out that show.
Great, 1,000.
Peter just with the call this time, the ace jack of clubs. Oh, excuse me, maybe he re-raised. Yeah, it looks like he re-raised.
So many 3-bets coming out of this man. I mean, ace jack of clubs, okay. A lot of players with 3-bet with that one, but just, wow. There's so many 3-bets just throughout the whole day. But that's the thing, it's like when you're another player at the table, like we can see he has ace jack of clubs, but like these other guys, they don't know whether he's gonna have a 6-5 offsuit or the queens. John turning a flush draw to go with his middle pair.
Nothing much here for a ride guy.
Quick fold. Watching live at the bike, it's $25.50 with a $50 ante from the big blind, and then $100 straddle that the players agreed upon shortly after the show started to kick up the stakes. I'm Don Dane, commentating with Jeremy. I'm Asa in the poker community. It's Garlic Pepper. It's Jeremy.
4.
Please like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. You can support the show for free. Just hit the thumbs up. It helps us, you know, more engagement with the algorithms, promote the show more. It grows more. We get more better production. Everyone wins.
Everyone wins.
Except for the players on the show who do not run good. Those players do not win.
Yeah, it's a shame everyone on the show couldn't win.
Yeah. That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Ooh, here we go. Ace King for Rye Guy, 2 kings for Ryan.
They're very deep. Again, treating the straddle as a big blind since it's mandatory. This is basically effectively 300 big blinds, or like 3 buy-ins, depending on how you want to think about it. But they're very, very deep.
And there's the 4-bet from Rye Guy. And it is 5-handed. How much will you put in? How much will Rye Guy put in 5-handed with Ace King? Ryan just calls though.
Yeah, I would expect him to just call with kings and be more inclined to 5-bet a mixture of aces and Ace King. Oh wow, Rye Guy hits the ace. That's gotta be pretty demoralizing for Ryan, who's you know, maybe looking at this hand, it's like, oh, maybe I can finally win some back, and now it's an ace out there in a 4-bet pot.
Yeah, it's a pretty ugly flop for kings. You still beat hands like queens, pocket tens, which might bet the flop sometimes, but they'll probably shut down on the turn. If Rye Guy bets again, I think Ryan can safely fold here, because Ryan himself could easily have an ace.
Oh yeah, completely agree. You're pretty well protected against someone just recklessly barreling here, because you could have Ace King yourself to call with. You could have jacks as well.
7,000.
7,000.
Pretty big bet from Rye Guy. He's going for stacks. I mean, he's maybe hoping Ryan has Ace Queen.
Yeah, you're a little annoyed that you got kings and the ace came, but I think Ryan's gonna fold.
Yeah, I agree. I can't see him making this call here, even though Rye Guy has been pretty active.
And
nice discipline fold for Ryan.
Yep, nice discipline fold there. It's especially tough because you got stacked earlier and you get a big hand like kings and you're hoping like, well, maybe I can get all back in this one hand, and you end up having to fold.
Yeah, especially after like a 4-bet and like even a small flop bet, so it's like after putting in so much money too.
One bite.
Two more, one more. You buy the straddle. Raise 300. Heads up.
6-4 versus 10-3. Neither player hits. I think it's check to John and he bets. This should just get through.
John's got a pretty bad gut shot. Doesn't have a backdoor flush draw at all, as well.
Oh my gosh, Peter's just gonna check raise the old 10-3 nothing.
Yeah.
And John calls.
Wow. I mean, John's definitely not calling just to hit his gut shot. He's thinking, hey, you know, I've seen this guy check raise and shut down, and if he does that again, then I'm gonna try and take it.
There's the check from Peter. Yep, John bet and gets through.
Nice float against the check
More
raise,
quiet it
and
is,
I mean,
the
just
more I have songs stuck in my head.
nice aggression from Peter too. Wow.
Yeah, that was some street poker
Kendrick
there.
Lamar's
That
new
was
album.
like,
Oh, you got a new album out?
I don't think you have anything. I don't either, so I'm just going to try to bet you off the hand.
It's not bad.
It happens to me at
Definitely.
night when I'm trying to sleep sometimes.
Peter check raise because he thought John didn't have anything, and then John was like, well,
It's tough to clear
I don't
your
think
head
you have
sometimes.
anything either. 6 high, that's all I need. Nice pot going to John.
Check, check. 350. John, you're
Oh,
winning.
I'm wired.
Peter opening with jacks on the button, gets through.
Heads up.
PP with just a call with the ace queen offsuit. A little uncharacteristic for this game. Not 3-betting this hand.
Checked it back for pot control 2. The turn is a jack. That's the turn, and Peter just gives up.
I think especially how we've seen Peter raise so many hands and almost always defend against a 3-bet. I think I'm pretty surprised PP didn't choose a 3-bet the ace queen off here.
Yeah, that is a little surprising.
Ready. 15.
John, do you have extra chips?
Huh?
Do you have extra chips, honey?
On me? Yeah. Do you need a?
I'm not gonna add, but if I get stacked here, I'm down.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have extra.
I'm down like 200 last week.
200
I
last
lost it. Yellow got me.
Yeah, I mean, not in the last week, but this year on streams I'm down over 100. Yeah. Like, I've only been on like 5 times, lose every time.
Yeah.
It's usually way bigger than this too.
I just don't want to have to get up on the stream.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, I got you.
200. 8.
Ryan's saying he's been down quite a lot more than what we've seen today on stream.
Couldn't do it again.
Poor Ryan. Feel for him, man.
Raise 1,000.
We got a raise from John, Queen 9 suited, and 3-bet from Peter. With how much Peter's been 3-betting, I think John's definitely going to defend. No, he does not. I mean, Queen 9 suited is not... Okay, I don't know what's happening with these graphics. Maybe it's just a flop c-bet from Peter, and then John fold on the flop. Is what it looks like it happened. We're Bally's Prevents live at the bike, the world's longest running high stakes poker series. Like and subscribe if you're enjoying the show. Playing 20, 20, 25, 50 with a $100 straddle. $50
I thought it was
dead ante.
I thought it was the other bigger camera. That's what I didn't know it was your phone.
Interesting flop here. We haven't seen too many of these where both players are flopping top pair. Rye guy with a slightly better kicker.
Raise.
Raise 1,000.
Jack.
One better.
John goes for a thin value raise on the river. His hand just not quite good enough, and Rye guy makes a call.
Or the jack down the board.
Thank you.
Rye guy went for like a really small bet, so...
No, yeah, because the bigger camera was behind me.
Bet Seal in the chat asked, do you try to get a 6 if someone busts or no? I mean, I think most of the people who... I mean, first of all, this game is pretty big, right? Like, I think like everyone bought in for 10,000 or something. I don't think there's that many people just wandering around the bicycle casino down to play in a $10,000 no-limit game against some pretty tough players, so I think most of the people who like come to play on the show when it starts.
350, sorry.
I don't really think it's like, oh, hey, we have an extra seat, let's just go out on the floor and find someone to fill it.
Call.
I think sometimes when we get like, especially because this game already started shorthanded, anyone would have already played in it. But I think sometimes when we get like some of the full games with some of the more popular people to play with, there could be like a wait list for those. either just entertaining characters or, I mean, it's poker, so it's no secret that people who are very loose with their money tend to be popular to play with as well.
Take it.
PP facing a 3-bet with the ace-9 suited against Peter's pocket tens. Peter once again 3-betting. I mean, we see he's got a real hand this time. But man, to the rest of the table, it looks like this guy's out of control.
And PB and Peter have gone at it a couple of times. This time, he was just going to let it go. Not even one diamond to continue on there.
It's kind of interesting. In the past, like several hands these guys have been involved, it kind of looks like PP has been choosing to not battle with Peter, and rather just saying, hey, you know what, this guy is just putting a lot of money with, you know, a wider range. I'm just gonna punish him when I make a hand. It seems like he's been kind of taking like, you know, more pot control lines rather than aggressive, like fighting aggression with aggression, like we see some of the other players doing.
Heads up. $250. Thank you.
Ryan opening here. 2 nines to 300 gets 2 calls.
Bottom pair for John, nothing for anyone else. I mean, Ryan's got a decent hand for nines. Decent board for nines, rather.
Ace of diamonds exposed.
$400 and a call from John. King on the turn. It's actually a good card for Ryan as far as being confident about your hand. Less likely that John has a king.
Same goes for John as well.
Yep.
Good card for both of them. Well, not knowing what the other player has.
John bet 600, and Ryan's probably going to call this. Yeah, nines are going to take it down.
Really thin value attempt by John, but runs into a better hand. Trying to get called by ace high, I guess.
Yeah.
Also kind of functions as like a block bet, where if he's kind of thinking about calling a bet anyway, he kind of can set his own price. If he's thinking like about the possibility of hands of like, hey, getting called by ace high, running into a hand like Ryan's and everything, putting all those stuff together. Hey, apparently Ludo still got $6,000 on the table.
Someone call him back.
Peter's still at the top. Peter's VPIP has remained surprisingly consistent. Everything else has been quite the same. Ryan is falling lower, but Peter and Rye Guy still at the top. PP still at the bottom. Cumulative winnings. Rye Guy still the big winner. PP in second, and then Peter up 10K now after being down 20K not too long ago. And then Ryan being the biggest loser, mostly in that hand with the ace-king versus queen's hand against Peter. In that 5-bet pot.
Oh, and I guess that's it.
Yeah, me and Jeremy weren't quite sure whether it was going to be a 5-hour or 4, but all right, thanks for watching.
Yeah,
guys.
thanks for everyone for joining in. Remember, this was Bally's Presents Live at the Bike, giving you authentic high-stakes action, coming to you from the beautiful Park West Bicycle Hotel Casino. I've been here, Jeremy Frumling with Don Ding, and thank you all for watching.
Yeah, thanks guys. Tune in next time. And don't forget to like and subscribe if you want to support the show and if you want update next time we go live.